and mend the pieces of our lives. Please believe in me, every day is looking darker. Think I'm gonna run into bad weather. Skies are gray, 'cause our love just ain't together. Think I'm gonna run into bad weather, 'cause our love just ain't together. All the things we used to do together, me and you. Think of the fun we had and how our love's supposed to last. Mistakes were not on you. I know I made some too, sugar. Oh, baby, open up your eyes and see that you're the one for me. Let's fix it, there's still time. We can love, love sunshine. Baby, won't you please stop it? Don't make me suffer. Think I'm gonna run into bad weather. Ooh, look at the rain, 'cause our love just ain't together. No, think I'm gonna run into bad weather, 'cause our stuff just ain't together. No, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna run into bad weather, 'cause our love just ain't together. No, think I'm gonna run into bad weather. Look at the rain, 'cause our stuff just ain't together. Baby, bad weather, bad weather, bad weather. Our love just ain't together. It ain't together. No, no, no. I'm gonna run, I'm gonna run, I'm gonna run, I'm gonna run. You got me running, you got me running. Ooh, baby, 'cause our love just ain't together. Think I'm gonna run into bad weather.
I just wanna see if I can get through to you. Ain't got no special technique. Just me, myself alone will have to do. And I guarantee you, beyond the shadow of a doubt, if you've been closed up too long, I got the love that will bring you out. And if you're gonna call me a liar, I double dare you to try it. And if you want to see the best of me, all you gotta do is test me. And if I can't bring it on home, I tell you what I'm gonna do, then I'll leave it alone. Come on back to me, girl. Yeah. I just had a thought. I've been thinking something you ought to know. I've been thinking
Yo.
For this new centuries I've been yearning. Looks like we're all going to be returning. Oh, traveling in a patent ship through a human sea, stopping to open ports and singing for free. Many ears hear, but too few hearts see the waves of song, girl, that break upon humanity. Outside the tide is turning, for this new centuries I've been yearning. Looks like we're all going to be returning. Oh, you smile sunshine to my soul every day. I live to love you more in every way. Drifting together, girl, in crystal harmony. Camping on the land and sailing with the sea. Darling, can't you see that you are love and you are me?
We'll play two more or one more tune, and then slowly we're gonna dive into Motown. Steppin' Into Tomorrow. Come into knowledge with DJ Leroy Ray.
Whenever you're near, I hide my tears behind the painted smile. You keep mad tears and sorrow behind the painted smile. My life's a masquerade, a world of less pretending. Since you took your love, pretending never ends, dear. But I can't let you know that I still need you so. No. Whenever you're near, I hide my tears behind the painted smile. You can't match tears and sorrow behind the painted smile. Ooh, I can't let you see all the tears I'm crying. You wouldn't pity me. That would be like dying. If I can't have your love, I don't need your sympathy. Whenever you're near, I hide my tears behind the painted smile. You can't match the tears and the sorrow behind the painted smile. My life is a masquerade since you took your love away. Whenever you're near, I hide my just can't let you see how much you hurt me. Whenever you're near, I hide my tears behind the painted smile.
Yes, 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 yes. Where my people at?
Hello. Hey, hey, hey. Bow, 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 bow. Welcome.
It's a pretty unusual setting for our coming to knowledge lecture, even if it's our third time. But
Without people,
yeah, with almost no people,
an
so
intimate crowd.
Yeah.
Let's just call it that.
it's like maybe we have to ask to close the curtains, so it feels even more intimate. Over here.
Intimate, yeah.
Yeah.
Introductions are necessary. I am here with DJ Leroy Ray. My name is Wrights, and we represent Steppin Into Tomorrow. Diverse music platform. We're doing everything. So make sure to check us out. Mixcloud, Instagram, whatever, wherever, all the socials. Make sure to check our website and all that. With that out of the way, we present you Come Into Knowledge. This is it's going to be a 4-hour session
Yeah, we
on
tr-
Motown, even though we both know that's not going to be enough.
No, it's like like with the James Brown session, we might do a part two somewhere down the line.
Yeah. So maybe to illustrate a bit what we did previously, we discussed and went through the discography of James Brown and kind of annotated the music that he made in the time that he made it in and how relevant that is still today. Similarly, the first one we did was with Stevie Wonder, and today we're gonna take it up a notch and not only discuss an artist, but a label, which is Motown.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to
Little
have some technical difficulties.
technical difficulties. That's all right.
People let me know.
Make sure to. We're live from Mixcloud, from the Mixcloud of feed, and Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay. And
Somebody asked also to if the mics can be put a little bit harder. Did you already do
yeah,
that? Yeah.
okay, that's
Cool,
great.
cool, cool, cool.
And also, if you want to interact with us, I have the chat open, so make sure to drop something, a nice little message for Leroy, or maybe a record that you would like to hear, because Leroy is a walking, living, in the flesh music encyclopedia.
Say it every
And
time,
if
man.
he doesn't have it on his mind or on his USB, he has it on vinyl. So, you know, we got everything.
Okay, with that out of the way.
Yeah, let's okay, so Motown, legendary label, Berry Gordy.
Yeah.
Where do we start?
Now, I think we have, like we said, it's a long, 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 rich story. So Barry Gordy, he's like his family is from the south, from Georgia. They moved to Detroit for job possibilities. Barry Gordy, of course, had a mother and a father. He had also 4 sisters and 3 brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Among his sister was also Anna, the Anna who married with Marvin Gaye, as well as Gwen Gordy, who married with Harvey Fuqua, who was from Harvey Fuqua and the Moonglows, in which Marvin Gaye was a member.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts already like the 6 degrees of separation already start like right at the beginning.
Yeah.
In contrary to his brothers were like straight arrows, working hard, working class people, like really mentored by their father.
Mm-hmm.
Some of his sisters were like also hardworking. His other 2 sisters were a little bit more in glitter and glamour.
Okay.
But Barry and his little brother Robert, who also recorded records under the name Bob Cayley, which we'd not dive into today, was kind of a lazy kind of dude who really wanted to be rich overnight.
Okay.
He loved gambling. He loved street life. Dropped out of high school at 11th grade to become a professional boxer,
Mm-hmm.
hoping to get rich, like I said, in overtime,
Overnight.
overnight. And he boxed until 1950. Got drafted for the Korean War in 1951. But I reckon he did a little bit of fighting on the front. But he was mostly a chaplain's assistant over there, driving the jeep,
Uh-huh.
playing the organ at church services.
Okay.
Got back in 1953, got married for the first time, developed an interest even more in music and opened a record shop, the 3D Record Mart,
Mm-hmm.
specialized in jazz records. And supposedly I heard also in 3D glasses, but I
Ahead
don't
of
really
his
know
time.
about if that's true.
Okay.
And at that point he was very interested in jazz, so he's really pushing jazz on the people, whereas the people from Detroit.
Yeah, and this was mid 50s.
This is like 1953 already.
So this is the height of
Of
Charlie Parker around that time?
what?
Around the time of Charlie Parker, like
yeah,
the jazz.
Charlie Parker, yeah,
we-
Miles Davis already.
Miles, yeah.
But you know, the people in Detroit were more into blues.
Right,
So
because that kind of migrated from post Jim Crow era,
Yeah, yeah,
migrated from the South,
yeah,
as Barry Gordy and family
Yes.
did as well.
yeah. And so he was like, at that point, he was like said pushing jazz on the people, but that it didn't really succeed. So his business went out of business.
The record shop.
The record shop, yeah. Then you had to work at the assembly line of the Mercury plant,
Right.
and that pretty much worked for him because he was composing records, tracks, songs while working the assembly line. Kept his interest in music.
Maybe even using the percussive sounds of
Yeah.
the assembly line
Might be, and
as an inspiration.
and from that point on, he was, like I said, still interested in music. Began to write songs with his friend Billy Davis, who also was a little bit involved in the record store,
Okay.
and with his sister Gwen. And they started to write records, which got recorded by Jackie Wilson, Etta James, and a couple of people more.
Mm-hmm.
So Barry was trying to venture more into it. His sisters already had like record labels, like Anna had
Their
Anna
own
Records.
record labels.
Yeah, their
Oh,
own.
okay.
So he did a few singles for among them the Miracles, who we discovered, but he was finding out like with distributors all over the United States and doing for like like a song for Anna Records, and then Anna Records got licensed to that kind of record label, and then via the distributor. At a certain point, it seemed like the money went from several shifts, parts, and came to him. So at the end,
Mm-hmm.
there wasn't hardly no money left in the pipeline.
Yeah, yeah. It trickled down, and
Yeah.
at every step there were multiple middlemans.
Yeah. So
eating away.
what he did is like, I'm starting my own label. He was like smoking, because at a certain point was having this meeting. They had some music, Smokey Robinson and him.
Mm-hmm.
And
They
then-
were acquainted already before starting
yeah,
Motown.
because Smokey got to him with a book full of writing and songs and stuff. So
Right.
Barry saw potential in him,
Mm-hmm.
and so they did a few songs, and like I said, it trickled down, and at the end they were like still like coming up with almost no money. So Smokey said, "You might as well start your own label, Barry."
Right.
So Barry did that.
So before actually to sum this up a bit, before actually establishing Motown Records, or maybe a name that preceded that, Barry Gordy already had his feet in the music scene,
Yeah, he did,
trying
like I
to
said.
find connections, which proved to be very important before starting a record label, which is a lesson I think a lot of record label owners could learn from today still.
Yeah, yes, yeah. And like
You
I
can,
said, he
yeah.
was writing songs already for Etta James. That All I Could Do Was Cry,
Yeah.
which was a hit. But he was one of the writers of Reed Petite by Jackie Wilson and
Mm.
Lonely Teardrops. And Reed Petite was sort of a hit in the States, but even got a big hit like overseas. So that put a little bit of money in his pocket.
Yeah.
But he was writing with three other writers with him, with Billy Davis, like I said, and
Right.
his sister, and then the label was involved, and everybody was involved. And the point is also with black artists back in the days, like they didn't get as much points on a record as the white artists did.
Points? What do you mean by points?
Like the
Credits?
points are like percentages of a record. They
Right.
call it point. They call
Of
it
course.
points over there.
Okay.
So, like when you was a black artist, you didn't get as much percentage of your record as you was a white artist. So
from the label.
yeah,
Yeah.
so that like the segregation thing was still really
Of course.
strong,
Yeah.
of course, back in the days.
Yeah.
So he started his own label, and the first release on this label was let's not even this one. Sorry, he started his own label. I'm sorry for the people at home as well. And this is the first label he did, Tamla. Don't mind what you see on the single itself.
Okay.
Tamla was like from 1959. Simultaneously, he started Motown,
Right.
also in 1959.
Wait, Tamla is his record label?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah. Motown came simultaneously.
Okay.
He started also Miracle Records.
Ah.
And Miracle Records was like short-lived, and his second wife was like doing the management for it. She did more. Renoma Gordy is her name.
Uh-huh.
Divinity was the gospel label.
Okay.
He did some gospel records before, but he figured out, let's start a gospel label for that. Gordy Records
What?
came up when Miracle Records got dissolved.
Okay.
So he started in 1962. Melody
Where?
did a few soul sides, but mostly was a country and western label. And I like some country and western, but the shit on this is really like terrible. So
What made it terrible?
it's like the sort of country western. I think Gordy wanted to hit big with the white audience.
Audience.
So
Oh,
kinda-
yeah.
it's kind of the country western that's like it isn't sung bad, but so like generic.
Right.
Nothing hit big actually.
Mm.
Workshop Jazz is the label he started because he was assembling artists who came out of jazz, and they didn't want to do the fluffy pop shit. So
They wanted to do the jazz.
so he was like, okay, listen, you play the fluffy pop shit for the artist, and I'll start this jazz label for you guys to release your own records on.
Ah, okay. So he
Thing-
was trying to make a deal with the artist to reel them in
Yeah,
to create better pop music, but at the same time pleasing them, the jazz musicians, by starting workshop jazz.
yeah. But you know, I have to admittedly, no one of those artists except for nah, not even Earl van Dyke did some, but no one of those artists like James Jameson, the bass player, Benny Benjamin, released any records on Workshop Jazz.
Okay.
So it was like short-lived too. It was only 2 years in business. Did a couple of sides, but there's no
Okay.
record by any of the Funk Brothers, the later Funk Brothers,
Yeah.
except for Earl van Dyke, but he released on like another label, but not this one.
Okay. So what? There's more.
Oh, there's a lot of more.
So okay, wait, but before we continue with these, there are so many. So what was the idea behind starting so many record labels? Is it still that idea that he wanted to become rich overnight and he needed a hit, and then he just uh, threw everything at a wall and looked at and hoped that something would stick? Is
Yeah,
that the idea?
yeah, some of it, and and like the more labels you have, the more product you can put out.
Right.
It's like, and so it's like several labels were putting out product like simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
So he got a release on one Motown, and then the same day a release on Workshop Jazz or anything. So he was like putting out product and product and product in hope to get big.
In a
To
in a
get big.
more cultural perspective, um, it is quite interesting that he is industrializing, or he's creating an industry um, with various genres
Hmm.
for the working class. We'll get to working class in a minute. Black artists
Hmm.
who gained music proficiency through either the church or musical education, and yeah, he provided kind of he was carving out an industry for various kind of people. And the other side of the coin is that his self-interest in becoming rich. The other side is this, right? That
Yeah,
he
yeah.
created an industry which kind of comes out of that self-interest of becoming rich. But yeah, that's the
Yeah,
amazing
yeah,
part about it.
yeah. It's like a double-edged sword in ways
Right.
because he was like he really wanted to hit big with with records, but in order to do that, you had to release so much as you can.
Yeah.
So I reckon that's the reason why he started all these labels.
Right.
So, like this is the jazz label, for instance,
Yeah.
but
Right.
this one is VIP Records as another soul label.
Mm-hmm.
He started for what became later the second tier and third tier artists he had. Like, yeah, I'll explain it later.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Another label,
Of course.
Soul, pretty clear. Started in 1964. We're still in action at 1982. Weed Records is another one
Hmm.
with the very nice slogan on top. Your favorite artists are on weed.
Nice entendre there.
It actually only released one record, this
This one.
by Chris Clark. We'll get to that later, but there's only one record on weed, which means that if you buy this record, you got a whole
You got
you got a whole weed collection.
you got the
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
weed
yeah.
collection.
So there's Rare Earth. This one was in 19, was started in 1969, primarily for psychedelic rock artists.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
But
that's
so this idea of creating record labels for various subgenres or sub-industries, he started that from the beginning, but he
yeah,
continued that on until the 70s onwards
yeah,
still.
yeah,
And now from what I see here, it says Motown Records Corporation, so it's like a subsidiary.
yeah,
He
yeah.
so Motown was Motown always the
Motown became the biggest company of
okay,
it.
it became the biggest,
Yeah.
and then it became a corporation and the head of the corporation.
Yeah, and and
Okay,
all the
yeah.
labels still existed. Some of them also did diseased, but in the end, it was like the big umbrella.
Was Motown.
Yeah, the Rare Earth label. There's also a band called Rare Earth, but the Rare
Yeah.
Earth label is like I said, with psychedelic rock artists because back in the days of Detroit, in the end of the 60s, the Stooges were popular. The
Mhm.
MC5, Funkadelic by George Clinton was
Yep.
supposed to be a rock band.
Mhm.
So
I mean, you hear that influence
yeah,
still.
and they also did like you'll see in a minute. It's like he already released kind of rocky kind of stuff on his other labels early in the '60s before this label even existed. But I really have to say I like this label. There's a lot of good stuff on this.
Okay, I need to check this out. Which, by the way, makes sense because we are kind of historicizing this, and we're looking at this um, from 50 years onwards, right, or
Hmm.
70 years, maybe even. And for us to say, oh, this is rock or this is such and such, is way easier because it's after the fact, right? Similarly to
Hmm.
if you would say in the 70s, yo, this is disco, and it was like the John Travolta, bell-bottom jeans, and whatever, they wouldn't call that disco. Or maybe what we would call disco, Stephanie Mills, that used to be funk at
Yeah.
the time, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense that Barry Gordy was, or one of his other subsidiary labels, was pushing out records, releasing records that we now call rock. But
Yeah.
it's interesting that he kind of creates lanes that he thinks, okay, this is a psychedelic rock.
And it's like popular these days, so it might sell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And and Rare Earth actually, they had a lot. There were a couple of members in it who really did productions also for other
hmm,
modern artists, also black artists. So
right,
it's like it really hit like he brought them in because they were very talented.
right.
So and for him giving them their own label, that's pretty big.
That's crazy.
Black Forum, which was like the label for spoken word artists like Elaine Brown. There's also a record by Stokely Carmichael. There's a record by Martin Luther King on it. He
Okay.
just he did actually do this because in the end of the 60s, the Black Power movement was getting bigger and bigger, and
Civil rights.
also getting to Barry from listen, you got to do something for us, for your people. And Barry Gordy wasn't too much interested in politics.
No, he was
Yeah, he was
interested
interested in making money.
in the economics.
Yeah, so eventually he caved in a bit and set up the Black Forum label, but none of the records really sold.
Sold. Okay.
So
Even though they got Fonzie, myself, and Freddie Perrin here,
yeah,
which
but
is interesting.
yeah,
But okay, that's a side note.
Ecology Records
We
is like the
continue
same
on.
story as Weed Records, only
Mhm.
one release, and in this case even a single, only a 7 inch.
But it's Sammy Davis Jr. still.
Yeah, it was his label actually from Sammy Davis Jr. But
Ah.
only one single.
Yeah.
So this also is like you buy this, you got everything. Mo West is when Motown headed west to start a label over there. Before they moved west, like with the whole company
Right.
and left Detroit behind them.
Mm-hmm.
One Direction is the label from Stevie Wonder.
Uh-huh.
Only one release by Gary Bird and the GB Experience.
Oh.
The Crown is a sort of proto-rap type of thing.
But they gave Stevie his own subsidiary
Yeah,
to.
and he didn't release anything himself on it actually.
We discussed Stevie Wonder during the first Come Into Knowledge, and I think this is in '83.
Mhm.
So this was already around the time that he had like his great run in the '70s on until the late '70s. So it feels kind of late to provide him now with
Yeah,
with
it's
the
what
whole
it is.
my bad, with the whole dispute of going back and forth between Motown at the time in the
Mhm.
'70s, and then kind of this feels like, okay, here you have your own record label,
Yeah,
and but
yeah,
he
it's
was
a bit.
already doing all the stuff himself,
It's a little bit after the fact.
after
Yeah,
the fact,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, and then you see four labels. That's what happened also in the 70s. It's like Barry Gordy bought up all the labels just
Uh,
because for the catalog. So Rictic Records was a Detroit label he bought up. Eventually got artists like the Fantastic Four. Same with Inferno.
mhm.
It was from a guy who was it's called Harry Balk. He did like some Detroit rock things as well and the soul stuff.
Yeah.
But bought that label. Chisa is where the Crusaders also did the records, early records on.
Okay.
He bought that up, and Prodigal was a label by his associate from the 60s, who went from himself for himself in the 70s, called Barney Ellis, and he started his label, but the label folded somehow in the mid 70s, and Barry asked him to come back to the company and bought up his label in the
Okay.
process.
Okay.
And this is to wrap it up. Wrap it up. Tamla Motown is like where most of the stuff from any of the other labels you saw was released on in Europe or the UK or Canada.
Ah,
So
okay.
aside of Rare Earth, maybe it's like all of the stuff from VIP, Soul, anything. When it was pressed over here in other overseas,
Yeah.
it ended up on either this label in the early in the 60s and 60s, early 70s, or this one.
Or just Motown.
Yeah.
Wow.
With that said, we I think we got to all the labels now.
To wrap this up a little bit, what can we learn from this? So Barry Gordy, he is the embodiment of a black entrepreneur. Uh, I think we can safely say such a thing, and just started creating
Yeah. Yeah.
industries, all under the empire, the Motown empire.
And it was arguably the biggest black industry in the 60s.
Yeah.
It's like he carried Detroit on his back for years.
Mm-hmm.
They had hit, I haven't have a photograph of that, but they had Hitsville.
Right.
Hitsville was like in just a housing block. It's like the one house, and then he needed space for a studio. He bought the house next to it, and then he needed an office. He bought the house at the other side of the street. So it wasn't like you have this skyscraper with Motown.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
like 7, 8 houses on one block. That was like
The Motown project.
The Motown offices. So you
Yeah.
got to you had to really walk down the street or go oh you need to pick up your money, go to the office.
Yeah.
So you went outside with a coffee and went inside over there.
Okay. Wow. So many labels, so many music. Let's get into a little
Yeah.
bit of music.
This is the first release on Tamla. In this case, it's 1959 by Marv Johnson. It's
And Tomla
was the first label.
preceded Motown
Yeah.
by a couple of months, right, or something?
No, yeah, then yeah, I guess a couple of months maybe tops.
Right.
Um, for this record, Barry Gordy and Smokey Robinson had to go to a pressing plant a couple of hours outside of Detroit. And when they wanted to pick up this record, they ended up almost gonna crash by an oncoming truck.
Oh damn.
It was like snowy outside. This is in the middle of the Detroit winter.
Mm-hmm.
Like the reason why we're doing this Motown today is because the company started in January 1959. That's like 62 years ago
Yeah.
this month. So they almost got crashed by an oncoming truck. They also ended up almost in the water. Then like they ended up in the water,
Uh-huh.
but so a car had to take them out of
Drag
it,
them out.
track them out before they finally could get up to pick this record by Marv Johnson.
Let's go.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Come on, little girl. Yeah, yeah. Well, oh, baby, won't you come to me? I love you always. Come to me. I'm so lonely. Come to me. I love you only, baby. Well, you know you said that you can come whenever I need you, and you can bet I'm gonna please you. So come a running 'cause now I need you, baby. Hey, you know I miss you, baby. Well, just come
What? Oh, it was muted. Sorry, there was. I'm trying to do three things at once, but I'm not too good at that.
Not off.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Could you turn mine down a bit, I guess?
Did you adjust the sound because
Or
people
maybe,
were
yeah,
asking?
yeah, maybe turn down the sound here. Yeah, the booth or the master.
But you people were listening first to the first single of Motown record, Tamla Records, called "Come to Me" by Marv Johnson, and the one after that was by the Swinging Tigers, which is a great name, and the track is called "Snake Walk." And the Swinging Tigers are actually the first incarnation of the Funk Brothers, who played on approximately all the Motown tracks in the 60s.
As a session band.
Yeah, and this was like with the great James Jamerson on bass,
Right.
Benny Benjamin on drums, Ronnie White on guitar, also with Beans Bowles on sax, and Ivy Joe Hunter on piano.
Mm-hmm.
This was the band who was promised to release jazz records on Workshop Jazz. Those musicians.
You can hear you can hear that a bit. You know, they're appropriating the 12 bar blues here.
Yeah, it's
They're using the 12 bar blues, but you hear a bit of virtuosity here and there. I mean, surely other blues artists are also very virtuous, but you can hear a jazz influence in this.
Yeah,
very
yeah, you know,
clearly.
actually, it does remind me a lot of the Marquis, which is a southern group that was on Atlantic Records.
Uh-huh.
So when I heard this as well, for the first time, I was like, hey, this doesn't really sound like the Motown that I know.
That you know, yeah.
Yeah.
Or that we know.
Okay, moving on. Here, Barrett Strong. This became a hit. It was released on Tamla Records, but it became a hit when it was licensed to his sister's label, Anna,
Okay.
and on Anna Records, and it sold approximately a million copies.
Okay.
Um,
In Detroit, in and around the Midwest, I
no,
presume.
this is a pretty big track because it's I guess it's been done by Ray Charles afterwards. It's even done by a guy named Mandre, like later in the 70s, and this became a really big hit. And
Okay.
the thing is, when you hear it, everybody knows it though. Barry Strong though he did release some singles himself after this, but he got more into songwriting for the Temptations with Norman Whitfield,
Right.
and he stayed around for a long while at Motown.
The best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need fun. That's what I
Tamla record.
You know, this is like I said. Barry Gordy was like throwing balls against the wall, see what
Yeah,
sticks.
yeah.
And this is Nick and the Jaguars, as you can see. But you know, it sounds an awfully lot like the stuff Quentin Tarantino was pushing in the '90s upon us. And actually, this has an Dick Dale. Dick Dale, who was like doing a lot of surf rock records,
Mm-hmm.
is in this band.
Okay.
And I was as surprised as you are when I heard this. And the next one is also a big surprise. This is Eugene Remus,
Okay.
which I reckon nobody of New York knows because I didn't know him either. And when this compilation was being issued,
What
there was
compilation? Can you remind us
compilation
what
by
compilation
the
this
complete
is?
Motown singles discography 1961 to 71. That did like until 1959 to 61, and they did like until 72.
Okay.
Like all the singles, either released on their own labels or the subsidiaries or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But this one is like they were asking, how you got this singer? And one of the people in the office who worked there was like, yeah, we really don't know who he is. It's like he was a good-looking guy who just wanted in and could sing. So we put him behind the mic and cut a record on him.
Wait, how did? Please explain. How did he get in? What happened there?
Hitsville
And
was
also
like
explain how that what was going on in the office or inside the buildings of
Hitsville
Motown.
was like a sort of hangout for the young people in Detroit.
Right.
So this man just walked in one day, and he had a nice voice, and he looked nice. He looked good. So we're like, yeah, just cut a record on him. But it's like the only record he did in his lifetime. There's
Mhm.
nothing else known about this guy, and even people who worked there at the time
Don't know
really
him anymore.
No, they didn't hardly know. They didn't know hardly at all. Actually, that was
Yeah.
like, okay, it's Eugene Remus. Yeah. He looked good. He could sing.
It also does sound like a household name, you know. If you would tell me, yeah, Eugene Remus is like this famous
that
whatever.
man, he had a couple hits in the early '60s, didn't he?
Yeah, that would fly.
But
That's interesting. That so the virtuosity was then the musical virtuosity was in Hitsville, and it didn't matter who it was.
kids were hanging out over there. Like
Yeah.
the young contours came by. They weren't even great singers, but they had a great stage presentation.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we'll get to that. But you know, people were just walking in, walking out. Some of them could. Even Martha Reeves. We'll get to that later. Martha Reeves was like a secretary in the office.
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain point, they needed Mary Wells behind the mic,
Mm-hmm.
but she wasn't there. So they said, Martha, can you be put behind the mic? And that was like her chance. And she could really belt, but she was just waiting in the wings, waiting for her chance to sing. But this guy just wanted in. Listen to this. Keep it short.
You said goodbye, and you know my love for you is true. You made me cry, and I've never done wrong to you. But by and by, you're gonna cry, 'cause you never miss a good thing till it's gone. You hurt my heart.
You know, this is one of the first like in a long line of blues singles they did. Barry Gordy signed a lot of blues artists between this and 1962 just to generate cash, because it was a popular style at the time.
In Detroit.
Yeah, not even in
In
the
the US.
Midwest. So he figured to sign a lot of those artists, and by 1963, there's a little bit of feedback.
You're gonna cry, 'cause
hear it?
you never miss a good thing.
Still have good ears, man. My ears are nice.
Even 40 years of playing. You still got it.
Yeah, playing drums. I should my ears should be devastated. But Barry cut a lot of blues singles just to generate cash. At 1963, maybe 4, he cut them all loose because they serve their purpose.
Yeah.
Moving on, moving on.
I have two questions.
Two questions.
One,
Okay, so we get back.
now I also hear a bit of static, a bit of feedback. But question number one is, are we able to characterize the style of music that was going on at this time, or was it still emerging? Because this is not the characteristic Motown sound.
No, it
yet.
wouldn't. That started pretty much in 1963,
Okay,
and this is like
this is still the era where Berry Gordy was like, okay, let's see what
yeah
sticks.
the era of the R&B's, the rhythm and blues, the doo-wop
Yeah,
blues,
yeah, yeah.
a sort of rock type of thing, in between pop type of thing, because this is also when rock started emerged, like Chuck Berry did, and
Little
so
Richard and
yeah, but you know it was mostly like doo-wop, rhythm and blues for the black people.
yeah. And then
But you know, it has to be said, like Berry Gordy was like targeting the white audience because he knew that
That-
there was the money to be
that's
found.
where the money is
Yeah.
at. My second question is, what can we extract from that Hitsville? Everybody was able to sing, and Berry Gordy provided the means for basically anybody to make a record, and that was his idea also. So to put out records on a constant basis. And
Mhm.
in the previous Come Into Knowledge, which you can find on Mixcloud, by the way, you discussed both in Stevie Wonder's and in James
Okay.
Brown,
Yeah,
we discussed the Motown assembly line kind of ethos.
yeah,
That was also already present here, right?
yeah, yeah.
And that's I'm sorry. That assembly line idea comes from Berry Gordy being in the assembly lines
Yeah.
in the Motor City, in the factories, and that influenced his way of doing business.
Now you know it's like you just mentioned. It's like he's Berry Gordy started pretty much his label like he wanted it to be like a normal record label by having lots of styles and artists together under
Mhm.
one roof.
Mm.
He made some side labels for it, but in the end wanted to be like a real record label, a record company.
Yeah.
And even when Motown was like big in the 60s and he was pushing out product the assembly line way, he still tried to try to find his own Dusty Springfield, try to find his own jazz artist, for which he could target like the more upper crowd, you know. So like he had singers like Billy Eckstine and Barbara McNair, for the people who loved Sammy Davis Jr. and Sinatra, and he also signed Tony Martin and a white singer like the crooner, that type of
The
thing.
kind of a speakeasy audience.
Yeah. So you see here on the left, you see Ronnie White and a young Smokey Robinson.
Smokey.
They did a single on it's called It, under the name Ron and Bill. And due to time restraints, I don't get into that too much because it's not really a great single. But this
that happens when you push out
yeah,
a
and
lot of product, then surely there's going to be something in there that's not that great.
of course. And he cut a couple of sides with Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, who you see on the right.
Right.
Among them, Bad Girl and Way Over There. And they had this song before, it was called Got a Job, as an answer question to a track by the Silhouettes, which was called Get a Job.
Okay.
But they hit big with this one.
When I became of age, my mother called me to her side. She said, son, you're growing up now. Pretty soon you'll take a bride. And then she said, just because you become a young man now, there's still some things that you don't understand now. Before you ask some girl for a hand now, keep your freedom for as long as you can now. My mama told me, you better shop around. Oh yeah, you better shop around. There's some things that I want you to know.
is a nice single, and I guess a lot of people who might listen know it. But where the real money is at the B side.
It's always at the B side.
When I had you here, I treated you bad and wrong, my dear. And since, girl, since you went away, don't you know I sit around with my head hanging down, and I wonder who is loving you. I, 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 should I never made you cry. And since, girl, since you've been gone, don't you know I sit around with my head hanging down, and oh, wonder who is loving you.
Yeah, that's Who's Loving You. The first,
Young
really
Smokey.
first version. Yeah, the really first version. A lot of people know from the Jackson 5.
Mhm.
The Supremes did a cover of it. Temptation did a cover of it.
But this is the first one.
Yeah,
And it's on the B side even. That's
yeah.
interesting also.
Yeah, that's why it's like I said, it's in the real money's on the B side. And from what I remember, even En Vogue started it. Hold on with this track. So, Who's Loving You? It's like that's really where you, if you need a single by Smokey Robinson and Miracles from the early days, you need to have this one.
This one.
By this time, also Mary Wells was signed.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get into that later.
Soul singer, right?
Yeah, soul singer. But she did a couple of sides, but I think we're gonna get into that later. And this is singing Sammy Ward, What Makes You Love Him, is like a great blues track, which I really can find on my stick over here. So this is like I said.
But this was on the blues subsidiary.
Yeah, no, it's still on Tamla, But
Okay.
like I said, Barry was signing a lot of blues artists because it was quick money to be.
It brought in money.
Yeah.
Such
This
an
is also a
entrepreneur.
great track, What Makes You Love Him by Sammy Ward. And this is the first single by the Supremes.
Okay.
And this is also, before they hit big, they did a couple of sides as well. They did release 4 or 5 singles, maybe 6 maybe. None of them hit big, and for a long time they were called the No-Hit Supremes. This is also wrote by this Barry Gordy, Brian Holland from Holland Dozier Holland.
Oh, wow.
Who wrote all the stuff for the Supremes and the Four Tops in the mid-'60s.
In the 60s.
And a young Freddie Gorman, who also wrote, as you might see later, for the Marvelettes by Please Mr. Postman. Is the track called? It's a hit.
So the production house of Motown was already packed with
Yeah,
amazing songwriters and producers.
Really started already back then. And Freddie Gorman also he went away from Motown a bit and then came back as a member of the Originals, which is also a great vocal group from the 60s and 70s.
So he in addition to this industry, he also was Barry Gordy was also able to create a family, and I mean it sounds cheesy, but in a way that every band mixed and matched with each other, with art among musicians, but also if there were singers, then surely Barry Gordy would provide them with the session musicians, as you said, the Funk Brothers, but the Funk Brothers is just one, and they had like a whole ensemble of session musicians and producers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That made it also very favorable or very worked in the advantage of Motown to produce so many records.
Yeah, you know, and for what I know, the Funk Brothers at a point they told they were cutting like 6-7 tracks a day, not even knowing who was ending up behind the mic.
Yeah.
So
Just playing records, just playing standards or whatever.
They just had the sheets with music and played whatever was in front of them, and then found out 3 months later that Marvin Gaye was singing on it, or the Marvelettes or anything.
Yeah.
But some of them was like recorded live, all at once. But a lot of them, you know, you might even see later. I brought the CD actually, but it's like there's a band called the Monitors who did a track who did Just to Keep You Satisfied, which we know from Marvin Gaye from Let's Get It On.
Yeah.
On the music of the first version of God Is Love from Marvin Gaye. The version that we know from the album is different from the version from the single. But on the backing, the instrumentation of
it's
it,
the same.
they did Just to Keep You Satisfied.
Oh.
And then the originals, which Freddie Gorman is a member of, they did a version of Just to Keep You Satisfied, produced by Marvin Gaye before Marvin Gaye retracted it and recorded on that instrumental on which the original sang. Can anybody follow this?
No.
Though he retracted it and put his own voice on it, but it means like the instrumentation was already like lying around.
Yeah.
So there's like it's like pretty like how rhythms are in Jamaica. It's like you have this one rhythm, like can be 10 times the same, and then every 10 times there's another one toasting or singing on it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it's like, but it's only like always like the same rhythm you'll be hearing.
But that's also this is exactly also what creates that signature Motown sound, because they were at a constant rate creating these in the same environment, quite literally in the Hitsville kind of area. So yeah, it was literally geographically in a place where that sound emerged and was signature, and it was being created at a constant pace as well.
You know, and even when something hit big, it's like he got to the people, write something like which sounds similar and is similar to the one hit that hit big. So that's why it's like we just discussed. It's an assembly line.
Yeah.
Constant production.
Yeah. And the emphasis was heavily on the singers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Such as the Supremes.
And they were like I told, like the Contours and like the Eugene remix we discussed. It's like they were hanging around Hitsville, and Barry Gordy took a particular interest in Diana, which was one of his mistresses later on. And we'll get to that also, how that worked out.
Did you know, by the way, this is a little bit off topic, but did you know there is a conspiracy theory that argues that Michael Jackson is the bastard son of Diana Ross and Barry Gordy, or but Diana Ross and Smokey.
I don't think Joe Jackson, his father, will be really pleased with that.
No,
with hearing that.
No. But just a little sidetrack there.
Let's listen to a little bit of "I Want a Guy" by the Supremes.
Yeah.
Got to keep it moving, so
the highlight is in
we'll get to the great tracks by the Supremes. We'll let them play it all the way through, but I have to really cut this off for a moment, because here's one of our favorites.
The man,
actually your favorite, you just told me, like Marvin Gaye. You know, and Marvin Gaye was actually, he came to Motown as a drummer actually also. He was, like I said, in the band from Harvey Fuqua, the Moonglows.
Yeah.
Anna Gordy from Motown took a particular interest romantically in him, but Marvin wanted to be an sort of crooner, kind of type of jazz type of thing. So his first album was really like him on the jazz tip, but Barry saw like more of a R&B artist in him, but Marvin wasn't having it, so Gordy was cutting a jazz album on him first. And I have to say, it's a pretty amazing piece.
Those fingers in my hair, that's like a hither stare, that strips my conscience bare. It's a witchcraft, and I've got no defense for it. The heat is too intense for it. What good would common sense for it do? 'Cause it's witchcraft, that crazy witchcraft. And although I know it's strictly taboo, Lord, when you arouse the need me, my heart says yes indeed me. Proceed with what you'll lead me to. It's such an ancient pitch, but one I wouldn't switch, 'cause there's no nicer witch than you. Proceed with what could lead me to. It's such a pitch, but one I wouldn't switch, 'cause there's no nicer witch than you. Yeah, there's no nicer witch than you.
I didn't know this tune. It suits him. It's nice.
Yeah, it's a great tune. It's a great album actually, and it's been re-released. So, but if you want to have an OG copy, you have to fetch a few bucks.
Okay.
Okay, moving on again. This.
I think we'll get. I think we'll get back to Marvin in a minute, right?
What?
I think we'll get back to Marvin.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, later on we have to, because he's waiting over there. But you know, this is the first single of the Temptations on the short-lived Miracle label.
Right.
I'm not getting to that, but you know, it would be nice to know that already we're in the building around 1960, 1961. And then here,
the great hit,
one of the biggest hits from the early days of Motown.
Oh yes, wait a minute, Mr. Postman. Wait, hey, Mr. Postman. Hey, Mr. Postman, look and see. Oh yeah. Please, Mr. Postman. Oh yeah. There must be some word today, yeah. From my boyfriend's
didn't dance. You didn't even want me around. And now I'm back to let you know I can really shake 'em down. Do you love me? I can really move. Do you love me? I'm in the groove. Now do you love me? Do you love me? Now that I can dance. Watch me now. Hey, work, work. Oh, work it out, baby. Work, work. Well, you driving me crazy. Work, work. Just a little bit slow now. Work. I can mash potato. I can mash potato. Do the twist. I can do the twist. Now tell me, baby. Tell me, baby. Do you like it like this? Do you like it like this? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Do you love me? 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 Now that I can dance. Watch me now. Oh, shake it up, shake it.
If you just tuned in, we are going through the discography of Motown, and we just went through Mr. Postman, their biggest early 60s hit.
Yeah, it was with Shop Around it was a million seller, but then the Marvelettes started pretty much that whole girl band type of thing that they
Yeah.
wanted to explore with later Mother Reese and the Vandellas.
Explore
And-
and exploit.
Yeah. Yeah, both, yeah. And what Barry Gordy tried to do with Diana Ross and the Supremes, but like I said, you had the no-hit Supremes, and the Marvelettes hit big all of a sudden with this one.
Yeah. Why do you think that was? Because another question that came to mind, was what were the titles and the hits, the lyrics? What were they conveying? Like, obviously there are love songs.
Yeah.
That's ubiquitous.
99% of them,
were
especially
love
at
songs,
Motown.
but
yeah.
also a lot of like this contours cut, happy go merry and celebrate and dance and a relief, in a way, of whatever struggles was going on at the time.
Yeah, but
But also something that maybe I'm taking a lot of liberty with this, but also a lot of lyrics around working, having a job, having money, as opposed to finding love, hustling. Like, do you also recognize those themes in songs?
Yeah, but not so much at this point in Motown.
Okay.
I have to say, this is actually, like I said, you broke my heart when I couldn't dance, and then this is right in the middle of the dance craze. It's like do the twist, do the jerk. It's like now I can dance this. Do you love me now?
Mm-hmm.
I have to also say with the Contours, it's like they were hanging around Motown at the time as well, and this was their big hit. And they're actually, because the Temptations weren't around to sing the song, they were touring.
Yeah.
So Gordy was like, "Okay, guys, you guys are hanging so much here in Hitsville, just to come behind the mic and do this thing." And same as with the Marvelettes, when it comes to Diana Ross and Supremes, the Marvelettes hit big first. The Contours hit big before the Temptations did
Yeah.
with this single. And there's another great single they did like later. We'll get to that. But what Barry tried to do with them is finding writers who wrote songs that were like similar to this one for years. There's a couple of tracks I heard which pretty much start the same like this, with a little real intro, and then it talks about another dance as well, just trying to make more money out of that single. Same with the Marvelettes, the track Playboy, which is a great track. Sounds so much like Please Mr. Postman. Okay, so I skipped a couple of things for this. This is the first
Wait,
release in works.
could you go back one? No,
I
no.
did go two back. This is Earl Washington
Oh, okay.
on Workshop Jazz. The the first record released was Hank and Carol Diamond, but this is a nice tune though. I'll let you hear a little bit of it.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is a great tune. This is actually Ted Jones on trumpet, you know, who worked a lot and made records with Mel Lewis and Ted Jones. Also Frank Foster, who went really into the little bit deeper kind of jazz later on.
Okay. Wow, this sounds amazing. Earl Washington.
Earl Washington,
also.
yeah, this is really
Opus number 3.
yeah, this is really a track to of a single to watch out for. When you see it, buy it.
I mean, hearing this, I'm gonna buy everything I see from Workshop Jazz, but surely I'm not ever gonna come across it because I reckon this is gonna be quite
No,
expensive.
it's pretty okay, pretty obtainable. Now,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Okay, here he is. We're not gonna play the music from the guy because we did it already 2 editions ago. But this is around the same time that Stevie Wonder got signed.
You can listen to the Stevie Wonder Come Into Knowledge on Mixcloud. Just a little plug.
Yeah.
So
Because I figured if we get into Stevie and incorporate in this Motown thing, then we still have
man,
tonight at 10 o'clock.
we already did 3
Yeah,
hours on the
yeah,
man.
that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Amazing
then
picture, by the way.
At a certain point, we get here. Your turn again. It's like Barry finally persuaded Marvin to cut some R&B sides, and this is the real first big hit of Marvin.
Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. One more time, baby. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. I try to put my arms around you, all because I wanna hold you tight. But every
She says that I've got diamond rings and furs and things, and even though it's true, still I'm blue, so envious. I can't see why she's envious, 'cause even though I've got the things that seem so real, she doesn't know how blue I feel, 'cause she's got you.
What you hear now is Linda Griner, who later was moniker was Lynn Roman. This particular single is the only one she did for the label, particularly because she was 15 at the time of recording. So
Oh wow.
she had had recorded her, but her contract was invalid, so she had to quit. Then she had to quit her career at Motown and recast herself Lynn Roman, got into acting and did a couple of sides as well later on, which are very good. But this particular single, written by Smokey Robinson, is really, really a thing to have.
It's really polished compared to what we previously heard.
Sure is.
Yeah. I've been meaning to ask the jazz cut by Marvin Gaye. What was he, aside from singing, was he also doing the drums?
No,
Or
he
production?
wasn't doing the drums over there, but he did the drums on The Marvelous Please Mr. Postman.
Okay.
And for what he wrote, also Dancing in the Street by Mother Reese and the Vandellas, but I'm not sure he did the drums on that.
And the first single, the previous tune that you played,
I think
who did the production on that?
on the Steppin Kind of Fella?
Yeah.
William Mickey Stevenson.
Who is that person?
He was kind of the go-to guy for Berry Gordy. Mickey Stevenson knew about everybody and anybody in Detroit, especially when it came to musicians. So he put him in charge of A&R.
Ah, okay.
And Mickey Stevenson also wrote a lot of things himself, produced a lot of things, and was really for Barry's empire. He was one of the greatest guys to have. In the first 5-6 years, he was one of the most important people around.
In-house A&R and kept pushing that.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, really polished, and then we move on.
We move on.
They cultivate that. They found it, right? They found the axiom, not specifically with that tune, the previous one, the Griner tune, but slowly it was becoming more polished, and and they perfected that.
That's that. Slowly but surely, we get into what is called the Motown sound.
Right.
Not so much with this one. I'm not gonna play it either. But Fingertips was like the first single by Stevie Wonder that hit big. So it's really important to know that around this time, also Fingertips was coming up.
Yeah.
And then, if it's here, the gospel label by Barry.
Yeah.
With this tune.
into divinity, man. Wow. Bernadette's. All right.
And you know, with this gospel thing, is also it's like monetarily given by Barry's, like gospel sides and singles don't really cost too much to produce because this is all in house. There's no band he has. It is the band from church.
From the church, yeah.
He brought him in
Amazing
the
voice
studio.
also.
The track was already there that they recorded, so it's like easy money for them.
Also, so this this kind of replaced the blues at a certain moment.
Yeah, you know, he created the gospel label just to make money because low cost,
Yeah.
maximum income.
Yeah.
But you know, luckily for us, it produces great music. So
Amazing.
okay,
Dope.
here, Mother Reese and the Vandellas. Like already told, she was the woman who got a chance because Mary Wells wasn't in the studio at the time. So
Secretary.
Yeah,
She
and
was
you
the
know-
secretary.
yeah, and you know the thing was it's also like from the union it's like the music the musician union.
Yeah.
When the people were in the studio, you had to have somebody behind the mic. So they asked her just to stand behind the mic, just to have somebody. And she was like, "Oh shit, this is my real big chance." So she opened her mouth, and the people in the studio were like, "What? You can sing?" But so that's where they started cutting records of Mother Reese and the Vandellas like a couple of years earlier, like a couple of months earlier. The one that hit big before this was "Come and Get These Memories," but this is really like this tune is this is when the Motown sound that we all know really arrived.
Whenever I'm with him, something inside starts to burning, and I feel with desire. Could it be a devil in me, or is this the way love's supposed to be? It's like a heat wave burning in my heart. I can't keep from healing. It's tearing me apart. Whenever he calls my name, song flows sweet and plain. Right then, I feel that burning flame. Has high blood pressure got a hold on me, or is this the way love's supposed to be? It's like a heat wave burning in my heart. I can't keep from healing. It's tearing me apart. Sometimes I stare in space, tears all over my face. I can't explain it, don't understand it. I ain't never felt like this before. Now that funny feeling has me amazed. Don't know what to do. My hands in her hands is like a heat wave. Yeah, 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 girl. Hey, girl. Well, yeah, yeah. Oh, ain't never really love, girl. Feeling past a burning chance. Right here, it sounds like true romance. It's like a heat wave. Yeah, yeah, burning red. Oh, burning, yeah, don't you know it's like a heat wave? Burning.
Our friends from Black Gold asked whether this is the Funk Brothers as well.
Yes,
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 it
they are.
is.
So this is like I said when the first of the real Motown sound arrived.
Yeah. So how would you characterize the Motown sound?
Kind of
What-
poppy.
what we just heard.
So yeah, so the soulful pop music,
Mm.
like really like awesome songs, to start with, but you know, it has a sort of upbeat feel to it.
Yeah, happy go Mary.
Yeah.
Kind of.
It's, you know, it's less rhythm and blues than it was before. You still sense the vibe in it, but you know, it has a sort of like they call it the sound of young America.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where Mother Reese really arrived. The sound really arrived, and like I said earlier, it's like this was also a little bit to the hatred of Diana Ross when both the Marvelettes and Mother Reese and Vandellas hit big, and also to Berry Gordy because he wanted Diana Ross and the Supremes to succeed more than they did up till this point.
Yeah.
And this is a song by Holland Dozier Holland already.
Yeah.
And but gradually, we'll get to that. Gradually, they had to focus more on the Four Tops and then the Ross and the Supremes because Berry Gordy wanted that.
Okay.
And
A conflict of interest, even though this was Martha and the Vandellas were getting pretty popular as well, right?
Yeah, you know, and for my money, she's a better singer than Diana Ross is. But you know, that happens also with the next band. It's like they call it the third tier Motown group, the Velvets.
Right.
This one single was Mickey Stevenson, the A&R was talking about.
Yeah.
He was like pulling them in to the studio and listen, cut this record on for us on Motown, and then you had the record ready, but you had on every Friday, every week you had quality control meeting. So he cut this record.
Who was in the committee, the quality control committee?
The quality control meeting was Berry Gordy, Mickey Stevenson, Smokey Robinson, but also A&R Billie Jean Brown, and a couple of people, just like regular people also, like because they were like the real taste. Because if you were like a producer or anything, you wanted your cut to be. Of
course, again, a conflict of interest, and it's important to get people in as well and hear their opinion.
Now, and this is like Mickey Stevenson promised them their song would be released on Motown, but the quality control meeting they
denied it.
Denied that release. So you had to bring it to another label, which is the IBG Records, which has nothing to do with Motown, but everything on this is Motown.
Screams Motown.
Yeah.
There he goes. There he goes. The only boy I'm thinking of. There he goes. The only one I'll ever love. He has left me for no reason at all. And he probably won't write a call. There he goes to take his love to someone new. What went wrong? What on earth did I do? He has left me. Now just watch the teardrops fall. We had such a wonderful beginning, such a marvelous time. Promise our love until the ending. Now that he's gone, I'm about to lose my mind. Oh, look at him. He's walking away from me, leaving a love so tenderly. There he goes,
Such a beautiful song.
Super nice.
and here I am.
But the Velvets, like I said,
Did they manage to get a cut on Motown, or was
No, they
this
didn't
the
get
beginning
far.
and the end?
They didn't get further than VIP Records.
Okay.
But the one they did on VIP, the couple of did that were like brilliant.
Okay. Velvets.
This is Liz Lance. She's a gospel singer, and the single you'll be seeing here is "May What He Live For Live," which is actually a tribute to John F. Kennedy.
Okay.
This is 1963 when JFK was shot.
Yep.
And JFK was actually a present for the black people, considered a hero for them. So
Democrat.
they cut this record. She cut this record for that.
Can we hear it a bit?
Yeah, of course.
Beautiful woman, by the way.
May what he lived for live. May what he lived for live. May what he strived for, may what he died for live. May what he stood for stand. May what he stood for stand. Freedom for every man and peace in every land. Enemies he made, trying all to save. Let it be. Now that he's gone, dreams he had for men have no dying end. May what they try to kill live on.
It's really a travesty. You have to cut this kind of thing so short, but we got to move on.
Where in time are we right now?
1963,
63.
right after John F. Kennedy was shot.
Oh yeah, you just mentioned that.
And then a couple of pages earlier saw Mary Wells.
Yeah.
Mary Wells was arguably the first diva of Motown.
Here we go.
Here we go, Mary Wells. And this single, called My Guy, is written by Smokey Robinson,
Yeah.
who also wrote My Girl for the Temptations.
Right.
But they sound nothing alike.
Nothing you can take can tear me away from my guy. Nothing you could do, 'cause I'm stuck like glue to my guy. I'm sticking to my guy like a stamp to a letter, like birds of a feather we stick together. I'm telling you.
assembly line. Where Did Our Love Go by the Supremes hit big, so Baby Love sounds awfully lot like it
Yeah.
when it comes to the intro. So everybody would recognize it like instantly when it came on. Oh, that tune. Oh no, it's another one, but still good.
Yeah, it's still good. Why does Diana Ross look like she's being held at gunpoint in this in this cover? It's a bit weird.
We have to get back to the one who designed this cover to.
Maybe we need to. Do you know? Was there? I'm assuming that there, since it was a big industry for that Gordy carved out, that there was also a person who was doing the designs and the image, the photos.
Yeah, there was actually there's his sister was doing the designs, and
so she was holding her at gunpoint.
probably, yeah. The Gordy family is kind of mob reflected,
yeah.
so yeah. But this is when the Supremes finally arrived after years of having no hits.
Mm-hmm.
And this is when it really started to become one of the big forces, like Barry wanted them to be.
Yeah.
Because, like I said earlier, he was romantically
interested
in Diana, and Diana was kind of manipulative as well. So we'll get to that.
Sounds like a toxic relationship, but
no, it was actually, in a lot of ways it was, and it also somehow contributed to the downfall of Motown. At points, but we'll get there.
Oh.
In the meantime, there was also this West Coast artist called Brenda Holloway who was signed. She hit the year later with Every Little Bit Hurts, but she got signed to the label as a first West Coast artist.
I was about to say, the artist before Brenda Holloway, were they all in closer proximity to the Midwest and Detroit?
Sometimes they were from elsewhere, but then they weren't really signed to the label, but their single was like licensed to the label.
Okay.
And this is really when they had a recording artist from the West Coast.
They ventured outside.
And there was this song I was telling you that got big, and then Dick Clark and the Caravan of Stars was interested to let her tour across America with him and his show.
Mm-hmm.
But Barry Gordy wanted Diana Ross and the Supremes also to be on that same particular tour.
Mm.
And he was really like
pushing.
Yeah, pushing in ways and even putting money in it.
Okay.
Like paying for the expenses himself.
This also sounds like a horrible CEO or a horrible business management skills, like being on top of everything. No, I want this, that way.
Yeah, but in the end it worked because they started out like the underdogs on that tour and came back the stars.
Okay, maybe I should return those words then. I guess it worked out.
It worked out. Then one of my favorite groups from Motown, here they are, the Four Tops.
Four Tops. You've been mentioning the Four Tops.
The Four Tops were like also already in '62 on Motown. Actually, now Barry Gordy desperately wanted to sign the Four Tops to Motown, but they were already having a career by themselves, like as a band. They were doing the Chitlin circuit and having a lot of performances.
Okay. So
they were in the office at Barry's and had this contract, and just said, "Look, this is a nice contract, but we just want to take it home with us."
The contract.
The contract.
Okay.
And look it over again. And Barry Gordy was like, he already sensed from, if I let them have the contract, they're not gonna return. So they didn't, and it was 1962 we're talking about. But 2 years later, they returned. And Holland was already hitting big with the Supreme stuff.
Yeah. He was also one of the main producers, right? As you mentioned
there's three of them. It's Brian Holland, Eddie Holland, and Lemon Dozier, who wrote Back to My Roots later. Yeah. And Brian Holland was already one of the writers on the Marvelettes, Please Mr. Postman. Eddie Holland was a recording artist himself, but they pulled him in like with the three of them. Listen, we got to write together because Brian Holland was making money on publishing, and Eddie was starving.
Oh wow!
But this particular single by the Four Tops is one of my favorites.
Let's hear it.
Another day, another night, I long to hold you tight, 'cause I'm so lonely. Baby, I need your loving, got to have all your loving. Baby, I need your loving, got to have all your loving. Some say it's a sign of weakness for a man to beg. Then weak I'd rather be, if it means having you to keep. 'Cause lately I've been losing sleep. Baby, I need your loving, got to have all your loving. Baby, I need your loving, got to have all your loving. Empty nights echo your name. Oh, sometimes I wonder, will I ever be the same? Oh yeah, when you see me smiling, you know things have gotten worse. Any smile you might see has all been rehearsed. Darling, I can't go on without you. This emptiness won't let me live without you. This loneliness inside me, darling, makes me feel half alive. Baby, I need your loving, got to have all your loving. Baby, I need your loving, got to have all your loving. Baby, I need your loving.
The Four Tops.
Heartfelt.
You know, and the Four Tops is one of the few bands, maybe in history even, that never had no personnel changes.
How long were they together?
All these times when I don't even know how long it is, but it's low. The only death separated them.
Wow.
And you know, the Temptations were also there. They had personnel change like all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
But these guys were like,
Ride or dies.
yeah, they started out together, and these days they still play. It's like with Ronnie McNair, another artist who was sound them. You know, they had the personnel changes now, but it was only because of that somebody
who
died.
passed away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, so we're in like full swing Motown sound right now.
Yeah, we are. This is I'm not gonna play this one, but you know this, "Dancing in the Street" by Marguerite and the Vandellas. This is recorded also in 1963, but was actually the tune when the Detroit Wrights started. It got a sort of being a theme song for it by media,
Yeah.
but it was recorded before that
Okay.
and not after it. So somehow it has a little bit of a strange thing to it.
Weird political connection.
Yeah. Here we are. Here we have Eddie Holland. I was just talking about him.
The broke.
Yeah.
The broke brother.
The broke brother who went to Holland Doge Holland and got rich finally. He has this track. I'll let you hear a little bit of it. And then you have this guy, Tommy Good. Tommy Good is a great white R&B singer who actually did record a lot of stuff on Motown. As you can see, it's called the Motown Collection. But back in the 60s, only one 7-inch was issued.
This is Blue-Eyed Soul.
Yeah, but you know, and actually in close proximity to the original by Eddie Holland, he recorded his version of Leaving Here, the song you were just hearing now.
Hey fellas, have you heard the news?
catching trains, cars and planes. They're leaving here, two by two, leaving here. Oh, you fellas better change your ways. They'll be leaving this town in a matter of days. Girls say you better treat them.
This was Barry Gordy's way to still connect with the wide audience by signing wide artists with potential.
It's amazing cut. I
But
really,
you know
I really like the organ and the
Yeah, and you know,
the
when
drums.
you listen to this, like the drums are like
Yeah.
ridiculous later on.
Yeah.
It's like it gets more funky even. But you know, it's a pity that you know they recorded a lot of stuff on him, but you know didn't issue it as and when his career was going on. He still lives actually, and there's a site called Motown Junkies where he
where
this-
you did all the research
yeah,
for
and
today.
yeah, and where this single was like being reviewed, both sides of it, and he chipped in with a lot of background info.
Ah, okay, cool.
Okay, finally, here is where I was talking about. Oh no, it's not even there. I forgot to put it in the slideshow. So
What were we talking about? What were you gonna talk about?
you know, I was talking about My Guy by Mary Wells.
Yeah,
So you have My Girl by the Temptations, the
course.
first really big hit.
the big hit by the Temptations. Yeah, everybody knows this one, of course.
I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside, I've got the month of May. I guess you say what can make me feel this way, my girl, my girl, my girl. Talking about my girl, my girl. I've got so much honey, the bees envy me. I've got a sweeter song than the birds in the trees. Well, I guess you say what can make me feel this way, my girl, my girl, my girl. Talking about my girl, my girl.
I feel like a bad radio show, or a bad DJ even by cutting every track short. But
And man, we need to have the trade-off between listening to amazing tunes, but also letting you flow freely and annotate everything that is happening with Motown as well. You know.
so you had just heard My Girl by the Temptations, of course. Everybody here knows it.
Big tune.
And then here the Velvets again with
Stevenson and Holland are back, are combined.
and
joining
and
forces.
a young Norman Whitfield, who later produced for the Temptations, produced for Gladys Knight and the Pips. Marvin Gaye had his own record label with Rolls Royce
Okay,
in,
damn.
in the 70s. But you know, back when you started out at Motown, and especially at the time where there was sort of like you had the big guys, Holland Dozier and Holland were the big guys. Smokey was a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
So Norman Whitfield was asked to produce something for the second tier acts and the third tier acts.
Yeah.
But you know, there really came some great stuff out of that.
I was walking down the street when this boy started following me. Though I ignored all the things he said, he moved me in every way with his common
listen to Junior Walker and the All-Star Shotgun, which is like Barry Gordy's way to hark back a bit to the grittier R&B stuff. He released it on the Soul label. The Soul label was more for the, like I said, R&B type stuff,
R&B,
not the poppy stuff that Motown was actually at the time issuing. And
I've been meaning to ask you. You mentioned first tier, second tier, third tier artists on Motown. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? What did that mean, and also how much? What were the advantages and disadvantages, for example, with artistic freedom?
There was no artistic freedom at Motown.
Important to mention as well.
Yeah, in the 60s there wasn't. You know, you were part of the assembly line. Some people were like the top tier artists, like
putting the nuts and bolts together. And
yeah. You know, and but acts like the Velvets or even Marguerite and Vandellas later on, the Marvelettes even, like they had this one of the biggest hits on Motown in the beginning. But you know, Barry saw more potential in Diana Ross and the Supremes. So he wanted to break them big. So in the end, you had artists like Marvin Gaye, Diana, and the Supremes, Smokey Robinson, Temptations, and even the Four Tops. They got big, and then the biggest writers were assigned to them. Yeah. You know, Smokey was writing for himself, but you know, Mickey Stevenson and Norman Whitfield, they really had to work with the lesser known artists.
And that is the second tier.
The second tier, yeah, and that it doesn't say that they aren't any good, because personally I think the Velvets are better singers than the Supremes are. And but you know, that's pretty much how it works. But you know, even also with Junior Walker and all sorts, like trying to hark back to an earlier era, just to pull also the black people in, because his Diana Ross and Supremes type of thing in the Velvets, that was targeted towards a wide audience. At the time. This is Kim Weston, which is Mrs. Mickey Stevenson.
Okay.
And Kim Weston also recorded with Marvin Gaye. It Takes Two is a track they did together, that album. I'm really not too big a fan of. She did a couple of good things. You know, it's not because of her, but like we said, the quality of the material. Yeah. But there's this one song, which this is from, let's say 63, 4, I guess.
Right.
4, but it sounds like 5 to 10 years later. Pops up on this it's like the shuffling type of thing that Motown had back in the day, or the sort of like up tempo type of thing. This is very down tempo, and it sort of has like a funky backbeat to it as well.
I think it's because the first thing you mentioned with the rhythm of Motown was on the 1 and 3, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's like even with the snares on every count.
On every count, yeah. Yeah.
And it's like
That's what makes you say that it is ahead of its time.
yeah, it's like
Also, with the introduction of the percussion, it was also very novel in that time.
yeah, of course, and even when you listen to that, the percussion type of thing, it reminds me actually of I Love Music by the OJs. But like I said, it's 64 here, and this kind of soul stuff really wasn't that common.
I mean, that's what happens when you are the partner of Mickey Stevenson and work together with Smokey, right?
Yeah. That's true.
Maybe.
Okay, this is the next thing. On left, you see a Temptation single called My Baby.
Yeah.
And this is the follow-up to My Girl.
Very original.
Also written by Smokey Rumson. This is what Barry Gordy told him for listen, if you got a hit, try to make something similar as that.
Yeah.
So from my guy to My Girl to My Baby is pretty
Novel.
pretty novel. But on the right, you see the track called Don't Look Back. And I guess I knows, but this track is later been covered by Peter Tosh and Mick Jagger.
That's why you put it in the middle.
And we're gonna let you hear both of it, a bit of it though, because I'm moving on,
That's all right. That's all right.
If it's love that you're running from, there's no hiding place. Can't run, you can't hide, you can't run. Love has problems, I know, but they're problems we'll just have to face. Oh yeah. If you just put your hand in mine, we're gonna leave all our troubles behind. Keep on walking, don't look back. And don't look back. Oh yeah. And don't look back, baby. The person's behind you, let nothing remind you. If your first lover broke your heart, there's something that can be done. Don't end your faith in love because of what he's done. So if you just put your hand in mine, we're gonna leave all our troubles behind. Keep on walking, don't look back. We're gonna walk and don't look back. Faces behind you that to remind you that you're running from.
There's no hiding place. So what you gonna do?
Just your problem and no
This is
one else's problem.
this is the moment you get to see that Motown was turning into a sort of cultural phenomenon, with tracks getting so popular and B-sides getting so popular that that reggae artists, soul artists worldwide, pop artists, and in this case even Mick Jagger is biting for Motown, while in the end I have to say that Uptight by Stevie Wonder is sort of biting of Satisfaction by the Stones. So it bites both ways, I guess.
They're even now.
Okay, like I said, Uptight, I was just mentioning it.
No Stevie today. We didn't.
No, we didn't know Stevie, but this is like this is the moment that Stevie, like I said last time, also where it took years before they had a proper follow-up that was a hit after Fingertips.
Yep.
They became Uptight, and from this moment on, Stevie was like a force to be reckoned with. Frank Wilson is producer, and this is one of the oddities from this from all of Motown.
Okay, let's dive into it.
This guy recorded this track, Do I Love You, with on the B-side, the one I even like better, is Sweet As the Days Go By. But this particular single was recorded, and rumor has it that, most of the copies were like not issued worldwide and like destroyed. So there are only 2 known copies of this single worldwide, and this particular original one fetches about $10,000 right now.
What?
Anything if you want to have it.
But it's because of its scarcity, or
Yeah,
because
it's because of its scarcity. Because you know, it might be a good time to tell this. In the north of UK, you have this phenomenon called Northern Soul.
yeah,
And the Northern Soul thing is like the up-tempo Motown type of stuff, like really 130 beats per minute,
Yeah.
that kind of like uptight, you know.
uptight,
And,
yeah.
and this kind of songs were really championed there. And we're talking about the mid 70s,
Yeah,
early
yeah.
70s, mid 70s. So years after this was released, and most of these people were like looking for like the oddities,
The B-sides.
the B-sides and the oddities of the Motown discography. So if it was popular, they wouldn't play it that much. But these kind of things were really big over there. So there's a reissue of this from 1980, which is also pretty expensive to have. But the original version on Soul, like the promo version, it says also quality control. You see, that's the quality control. That this one went to the meeting of the quality control.
yeah.
And this one really was for years a single you never could find.
You got me curious. Let's hear it.
Here I am on bended knees, I lay my heart down at your feet now. Do I love you? All you have to do is ask, I'll give until there's nothing left now. Do I love you? As long as there is life in me, your happiness is guaranteed. I'll fill your heart with ecstasy forever, darling. Do I love you? Tell me now. Do I love you? Yeah, yeah. Do I love you? Indeed I do. Little darling, indeed I do. The very thing that I want
Just
most is
eat, just take your time, you know. Like I said, Motown turned into this cultural phenomenon. So artists left and right were flocking to Motown to be on the label. I mentioned Chris Clark earlier. This was Berry Gordy's attempt. Aside of the fact that she was also mistress of Berry's, was also his idea to have a Dusty Springfield on his label by himself. This Chris Clark, you see here, is the only one who released work on the Weed label with the album CC Wrights Again. She made some pretty nice sides, but you know, I figured we just better move on to the next artist. And here we have the Isley Brothers. They were already popular at the time because they had Twist and Shout. And Shout in the early mid 50s and 50s, and by the mid 60s they went to Motown. And we discussed it also last time. You know, you see the record cover with the white people on the beach. This is how it works back in the days. You know, this kind of music was targeted towards a white audience, so you had to have like white people on the cover, otherwise the white people wouldn't buy it that much. Which is actually strange because the music is as black as it can be.
Memories that go, bringing you back again. Hurting me more and more.
never met a girl who makes me feel the way that you do. You're alright. Whenever I'm asked who makes my dreams real, I say that you do. You're out of sight. So fever, boom, boom. Look out, baby, 'cause here I come. And I'm bringing you a love that's true. So get ready, so get ready. I'm gonna try to make you love me too. So get ready, so get ready. Here I come. Get ready, 'cause here I come. I'm on my way. Get ready, 'cause here I come. If you wanna play hide and seek with love, let me remind you, it's alright. But the loving you're gonna miss and the time it takes to find you, it's out of sight. So fiddly-dee, fiddly-dum. Look out, baby, 'cause here I come. And I'm bringing you a love that's true. So get ready, so get ready. I'm gonna try to make you love me too. So get ready, so get ready. Here I come. 'Cause here I come. I'm on my way. Get ready, 'cause here I come. Get ready. All my friends should want you to understand it. Be alright. I hope I get to you before they do. The way I planned it. Be out of sight. So tweedledee, tweedledum. Look out, baby, 'cause here I come. And I'm bringing you a love that's true. So get ready, so get ready. I'm gonna try to make you love me too. So get ready, so get ready. I'll come. 'Cause here I come. I'm on my way. Get ready, 'cause here I come. I'll stay. Get ready, 'cause here I come.
Started getting groovy.
Yeah, typical Motown sound as well.
Yeah.
There's a little story behind this one and this particular tune. This is, like you can read,
Get ready.
written by Smokey. And the rule at Motown was like, if you had a hit with an artist, you kept on writing for that artist.
Until failure.
Yeah, nah, that's true because this one hit the #1 spot and the R&B charts, but in the pop list, it didn't climb up high. So this was the moment that Norman Whitfield was taken over the Temptations,
Okay.
and Smokey got put aside for Norman Whitfield.
Meritocratic and that. If you
Francis
highly
Nero, Keep
performing.
on Loving Me. Like this is Francis Nero in the middle. Left you see Barry. Right, I don't know who that is actually. I don't want to get into this tune. This is a great tune, very collectible single as well. It's the only single she did before her career was like a little bit revived in the end of the 80s
Okay.
with a high energy single by the guy who was very big in the Northern Soul movement at the time
In the UK.
in the UK.
Yeah.
It's a super track, but we get it and we have to really move on. And here. Tammy Terrell.
Tammy Terrell.
And I was saying we ain't playing no Stevie.
Okay.
We
Well,
ain't, but we do this time.
Yeah. It's
By way
allowed.
of-
It's allowed.
Tammy Terrell was was a former girlfriend of James Brown.
Oh.
When she was her name was Tammy Montgomery. She also did a few sides with James,
Oh, okay. I didn't
few
know
few
that.
singles, and then she was kind of troubled, but she had a short-lived career at Motown, but produced some great music. This one, however, never got issued at the time. It's been issued years later. So what you see, this is like a bootleg, promotional, not for sale. This one isn't really official.
Okay.
You made my soul up
explain to us
And
one
it's a-
more time what was happening here? Stevie was on production.
Stevie was on writing duties.
Oh, I'm sorry, on writing duties. And this was in the 60s, but most people recognize this song from Stevie's later albums in the
Yeah.
70s. So what was
even
can
90,
you
80?
explain it?
This is a track cut on Tammy Terrell, which hasn't seen daylight at the time. So it stayed in a can and was like years after Stevie issued his own version. It popped up out of the basement, actually from the archives.
Yeah.
But Stevie wrote this with Clarence Paul and Morris Broadnax. Clarence Paul was his mentor, aka his producer at the time.
Okay.
They cut it on Tammy. Tammy's version got canned. The whole song got canned, actually, and got revived in 1980 on the Hotter Than July album by Stevie.
Yeah.
So most people recognize a version by Stevie, but this one is like just as brilliant.
Which is like 14 years prior.
Yeah. You know, and Stevie was like.
It's interesting that he was able to withhold himself from performing this tune or recording this tune.
There's another one you can hear in a what is it later on, which he did like himself and became a big hit later. We'll get to that.
All right. Stevie.
This here.
Who do we see on screen?
We see here on the screen a photo by the Minor Birds. And I guess you guys don't know who the Minor Birds are.
No clue.
The guy on the right with the guitar in his hands is Neil Young.
Oh.
And the guy on the left on the microphone is Rick James.
What?
A young Rick James. Rick James is born in Buffalo and flew to Canada to avoid getting drafted for Vietnam.
Okay.
So he stayed there a couple of years in the Toronto music scene and came with his rock band by the Minor Birds with Neil Young on guitar.
Whoa. That's a crazy connection.
I give you a small glimpse of what that sounded like.
Yeah.
The band's called the Minor Birds. It sounds awfully like the Birds.
I really, really love you, darling, with a love that's so strong and so fine. Nothing in this whole wide world could ever make me change my mind. It's my time. It's my time, baby. What you say. I really don't care what you say.
I have to really say that if you delve into this kind of stuff, because this single wasn't released back in the days either, like the Tammy Terrell one. But I knew about the Minor Birds, but I never made that connection that much and never heard stuff by him either. And so I went and you know, I didn't know that Rick James, I knew about Rick James and Neil Young connected, but I didn't know Rick James flew from the States to Canada to avoid getting drafted.
But what was the Motown connect? This was cut on Motown.
It was cut from Motown and didn't see release at the time.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, another Morris Broadnax, Clarence Paul, and Stevie Wonder composition.
Mm-hmm. The contours.
The
again.
contours again. It's like I said, they did years and years of trying to copy their own big hit, "Do You Love Me?"
Yeah. And this is just a little misunderstanding.
Understanding, yeah, there was just a little bit of understanding.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
this one actually is being covered by the Jackson 5 years later. But this is a great, great version.
That's it.
It's a poor man to hurt his woman and watch her walk away crying. When all
Temptations now. Ain't Too Proud to Beg. This is a production and a composition by Norman Whitfield, like I just was saying. On the photo, you see the Temptations, and on the right is David Ruffin.
David Ruffin.
The lead vocalist, who was a very troubled soul as well. And it felt like a superstar in the Temptations, and felt himself like he was the only thing that mattered in that group, so that somehow got problematic later on. David Ruffin had a brother, and his brother was Jimmy Ruffin, as you see here. And Jimmy Ruffin, lo and behold, has one of the greatest soul singles released on Motown.
Okay.
Everybody recognizes this is also After the Smoke is Clear by Ghostface Killer.
Oh, wow.
As I walk this land of broken dreams, I have visions of many things, but happiness is just an illusion filled with sadness and confusion. What becomes of the broken hearted who had love that's now departed? I know I've got to find some kind of peace of mind, baby. The roots of love grow all around, but for me they come a tumbling down. Every day heartaches grow a little stronger. I can't stand this pain much longer. I walk in shadows, searching for light, cold and alone, no comfort inside, hoping and praying for someone who cares, always moving and going nowhere. What becomes of the broken hearted who had love that's now departed? I know I've got to find some kind of peace of mind.
I really, really love this song.
Yeah, it's
Beautiful,
amazing.
beautiful.
I was reminded, you mentioned David Ruffin, and I was like, that name sounds familiar. I know him from his that 80s album cover where he's looking like a pimp, and then it's like a Pam Grier kind of woman is next to him.
Oh shit, yeah, yeah.
And then that cover is the album cover is also the album cover of Wiz Khalifa's first big EP, Cushion
Who,
Orchestra. Wiz Khalifa.
Oh,
Because I was reminded of.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I was like, David Ruffin. Oh, okay. That was the dude who was in that 80s kind of
Yeah.
pimp-esque outfit. And it's crazy to think that, 15 years prior, this was the style. And then,
Yeah.
but I mean, as you mentioned, he was a kind of a lone wolf or a bit of
Yeah, he
problematic dude. And
he-
later on, yeah, surely
he
it
thought
showed.
himself like, when they had to do concerts or
Yeah.
performances, he wanted a limo separated of the rest of the Temptations to go there, and he in the end he died of a drug problem in '91.
That's sad.
And he's a great singer, but he was a hard to handle guy.
On his high horse, as
Yeah.
as
Okay,
you could say. Let's go on to Miracles.
I don't think we have that much time for this, but this single this B-side by The Miracles, "Oh Be My Love," is a great ballad. I'll skip by it though because we have to move on. And here, this is also where Gladys Knight and the Pips got signed at Motown. We'll get to that later, but this, like the Four Tops, they were around for times already.
Yeah.
And then got signed, and they have made some great music over there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, this is like in the pinnacle of the Hollandosia Holland sound. I'm gonna play a couple of sides by the Four Tops,
Right.
the Supremes, and Mother Reason and Vandellas, back to back.
Let's go.
So you want to guys have something to drink or anything, take a smoke or whatever.
Some cuts. Enjoy.
Enjoy, or
Also
go
at
to
home.
go to the Albert Heijn like time I did on a wrong moment. Yeah, did I send you?
Yeah, just yeah.
Here-
Let's play a couple of tunes.
Here's your chance, anyway.
Yeah.
Now if you feel that you can't go on because all of your hope is gone and your life is filled with much confusion until happiness is just an illusion and your world around is crumbling down, darling, come on girl, reach on out for me, reach out for me. I'll be there with a love that will shelter you. I'll be there with a love that will see you through. When you feel lost and about to give up, 'cause your best just ain't good enough, and you feel the world has grown cold. And you're drifting out all on your own, and you need a hand to hold, darling. Come on, girl, reach out for me, reach out for me. I'll be there to love and comfort you, and I'll be there to cherish and care for you. Bernadette, people are searching for the kind of love that we possess. Some go on searching their whole life through and never find the love I found in you. And when I speak of you, I see envy in other men's eyes. And I'm well aware of what's on their minds. They pretend to be my friend when all the time they long to persuade you from my side. They give the world and all their own for just one moment. We have no Bernadette.
Four Holland Doja Holland's sides back to back. We started with Reach Out, I'll Be There, of course. And then Bernadette, also a great one. You Keep Me Hanging On by the Supremes. And the last one you heard was Jimmy Mack by Martin and Vandellas.
Right.
This, like I said, Holland Doja Holland was like this was the pinnacle for them at Motown. But they also were about to defect from the label at the time.
How did that come about?
Money. There was money. Eddie Holland wanted to have their own label, their own, and Barry wasn't having it. So they kind of defected from the label. And like I said, they were also being assigned to the bigger artists. So they stopped writing for Martin and Vandellas. And while this one is written by Holland Doja Holland, it's been recorded in 1964, but released in 1967.
Okay.
Because they needed a hit on Martin and Vandellas. But you would say that if the track's like 3 years after the fact, that it wouldn't be a hit. But this one actually hit very big because of the lyrics to it.
Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, you know, it sounds like a thing of lost love. But he's like Jim Mack. But it's also like When Are You Coming Back was a little bit like the Vietnam War was really going on at the time.
Yeah.
So that When Are You Coming Back was also for the people staying behind. So because it was released in '67, it had this thing, this melancholic thing to it, like
for the people
who were in Vietnam to. When are you coming back?
Keep them going and motivated, but also provide a little bit of comfort.
Yeah, so that might be the reason this track really went big at the time. Yeah. Okay, as I was saying earlier, Gorey still wanted to get some connection with the upper crowd.
Right.
So he signed among Billy Eckstine also Barbara McNair.
Okay.
And this is while it has a lot of songs already in the Motown publishing vaults, like My World Is Empty Without You from the Supremes and For Once in My Life. It also has Strangers in the Night, like the Sinatra type of stuff.
Type of cut. Okay. So there were a lot of covers of Motown essentials. Let's just call them that.
But done in a more like, let's say, adult way. Not so much for the sound for the young man, for what they call Young America.
Okay.
Look around. There's a wonderful world to be found. What a day, what a gassy little AM, what a day. Not at all like yesterday, it's the kind of morning that I'd like to keep. Clouds are yawning 'cause they're half asleep. What a day, what a swinging little sun up, what a day. Makes you kind of feel you're one up, and I know it's mine because I'm gonna burst. Hey, get in line because I saw it first. So when I say to you, cock-a-doodly-doo, get up and out of my way. What a day! What a day! What a groovy new aurora, what a day. What a fascinating aura, Mr. Sun is dancing like a red balloon. Still romancing with the fading moon, what a day.
It reminds me of a more soulful rendition of It's a Good Day by Peggy Lee.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's nice.
And you know, this Barbara McNair is, she was an actress and also she was an actress, also an actor in theater. She had already a career long going before she was here on Motown.
Uh-huh.
And also was Sidney Poitier's wife, and They Call Me Mr. Tibbs from 1970. So, recipes to Sidney Poitier, by the way. A great legendary actor.
Actor, yeah. Yeah, and this speaks a little bit more to the crowd who grew up with the the speakeasies and the Peggy Lees and Sinatras and stuff.
It's targeted towards that crowd. And I have to say, these are like the nice surprises out of the Motown vault.
Yeah.
Because I heard this years ago. I was like, oh shit, it's really, really nice. It's actually a great album.
Also has a bit of a Latin kind of vibe to it.
Yeah, and she's a great singer, so
Yeah,
that also works very
rich
very much.
vocals.
Okay.
Now we have the collab going on.
Yeah.
Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell together.
After Kim Weston and Mary Wells.
Yeah.
This is the by far out of Marvin Gaye collabs the best one, because he also does one with Diana Ross later.
Yeah.
But from what I read, they couldn't stand each other, so they recorded their vocals separately. Yeah. Also, Tammy Terrell. I don't know if it's this album, but Tammy Terrell was sick, so there are albums from Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell in which the vocals are done by Valerie Simpson from Ashford and Simpson.
What? Okay, and then they just slapped Tammy Terrell's name on this.
Yeah, because she was too sick to. I think that was a little bit late on this album, because Ashford and Simpson they wrote Ain't No Mountain High Enough, Your Precious Love.
Yeah.
But later on, Valerie Simpson is taking very care of vocal duties because her voice is similar to that of Tammy Terrell.
Tammy Terrell.
Is there anybody here, not for the people at home, but who want to hear Ain't No Mountain High Enough, or shall I just pass it and go on? You can skip it?
Yeah, we can skip that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Can we?
What's
I
that?
mean, sometimes.
Okay, we have to skip it. Okay, I go to Your Precious Love, and even that.
No, I think we have to listen to it.
Oh, you want to listen to Ain't No
Hits
Mountain
are
High?
also included. We're not here. We're not here just
I
for
hear
the
people. I hear people. I'm caving in. I'm caving. Oh yeah, you're Marvin Gaye. You want to listen to it? Yeah.
Of course.
He's
Jermaine
okay.
Jermaine
for
requests.
you, I'm gonna play it.
Jermaine requests. Ain't no mountain high enough. Let's go.
Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far.
Don't worry, baby.
Just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby.
Remember the day I set you free? I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow I'll be there when you want me, some way, somehow.
'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you.
Ooh, every day there's something new, baby, honey, to keep me loving you, honey, and with every passing minute, oh, baby, so much joy wrapped up in it. Oh, heaven must have sent you from above. Oh, heaven must have sent your precious love. Oh,
And now I've got a song
because next month we're gonna do the Erica Badu thing, and this track might also pass by
It's a nod.
because
the
Badu and
team.
D'Angelo do a nice cover of this.
You taught me the meaning of giving. Heaven must have sent you from above. Heaven must have sent your precious love.
To find a love like yours is rare these days. 'Cause you've shown me what happiness is in so many ways.
I look in the mirror and I'm glad to see laughter in the eyes where tears used to be.
What you've given me, I could never return. 'Cause there's so much, girl, I've yet to learn.
And I wanna show my appreciation. 'Cause when I found you, I found a new inspiration. Heaven must have sent you from above. Heaven must have sent your precious love. Heaven must have sent you from above.
I lost that love before, gave up and closed the door. But you said, try just once more. I chose you for the one. Now I'm having so much fun. You treated me so kind. I'm about to blow my mind. You made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life. The others were untrue, but when it came to you, I'd spend my whole life with you. 'Cause you came and took control. You touched my very soul. You always showed me that loving you is where it's at. You made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life.
I know this verse of the version by Lou Rawls, which was sampled by De La Soul for I Am I.B.
All right.
But it's actually the original versions by her, written by Motown alumni.
We already. Oh, I like that Motown alumni.
Yeah. I have a short sleeve, but I just throw it out there.
Yeah. Before we move on, I've seen and we've discussed Ashford and Simpson. Were they also on the production or composition credits for Motown?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. But they arrived
no,
a little bit later to the scene, right?
Yeah, they come in at 66, 67. Already had some writing credits for Ray Charles. Let's Go Get Stoned, for instance, is a big one. They didn't do that much production on Motown, but they did a lot of writings.
Writing, yeah.
And actually, the next one also, because that's what I didn't know either. You see here a white rock band, rock soul band. But, you know, I know California Soul by Melina Shaw. There's one by Melina Shaw. There's one by Fifth Dimension. There's one by Undisputed Truth. Also Motown acts. One by Marvin Gaye and Timmy Terrell.
Yeah.
But even one by Nicholas Ashford solo on another label. But this one is the very first version of California Soul.
And Ashford and Simpson
wrote that
one.
the name is in your ear, but you can't forget from sunrise to sunset. It's all in the air, you hear it everywhere. No matter what you do, it's gonna get a hold on you. It's California soul, California soul. They say the sun comes up every morning, and if you listen carefully, the winds that ride on the high side whistles a melody, and so the people started to sing. That's how the surf gave birth, I'm told, to California soul, California soul.
Great version actually, and this band ended up like I said, the Rare Earth label was
The psych rock label.
there was formed for this kind of bands. So their later albums, there was one full-length album, and singles were all released on the Rare Earth label.
All right, make sure to check that out. Rare Earth.
Yeah, and this is a great version of California Soul actually. So what we see here,
Gladys
is,
Knight and the Pips.
this has also a great story behind it.
It is.
Norman Whitfield.
I heard it through the grapevine. Please do tell, what is the story behind this?
Norman Whitfield did a version first with Marvin Gaye,
Mm-hmm.
but that one didn't get through the quality control meeting on Friday. Not one time, the second time neither, and a third time,
Case closed.
case closed. So, and he was like, "Well, that's such a great song." So he created a whole new arrangement, produced one on Gladys Knight and the Pips,
Yeah.
and and this one hit #1. So
And that probably was the.
now it was a reason, when we'll get there later because I'm gonna play it, of course. But when Marvin Gaye released his album with "Heard It Through the Grapevine" on it, DJs would get into that version and played it all over radio. So Barry Gordy had nothing else, could do nothing else than issue it on single.
Yeah, yeah.
And so both tracks hit #1 within a year of each other.
Ah,
But this one is totally different from the one we know by Marvin
by
Gaye.
Marvin Gaye. Oh, shit.
Wondering how I knew, baby, 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 about your friends that make me blue. With some other girl you knew before. Between the two of us, girls, you know I love you more. It took me by surprise, I must say. When I found out yesterday, don't you know that I heard it through the grapevine? God much longer want to be mine. Don't you know that I heard it through the grapevine? And I'm just about to lose my mind. Oh, yes, I am. Baby, won't you listen to me? Oh, take the good look at these tears of mine. Baby, these tears I can't hold inside. Losing you, but in my life, see, because you mean no less to me. Could've told me yourself that you love somebody else. Instead, I heard it through the grapevine. Oh, how much longer would you be mine? No, I heard it. Yes, I heard it. Oh, just about to lose my mind. Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Such a great version.
Yeah. It's also very, I think, novel or unique. Gladys Knight and the Pips. For the past couple of hours, we've seen a lot of Motown musicians, and a lot of them are female musicians or female singers. I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Who take a prominent role, which is super nice. And but for example, with the Supremes, it's a all females singing group, and with Gladys Knight and the Pips, it's a female taking the lead, and you hear that very prominently in this cut.
Yeah.
Which I really like.
And which I also mentioned earlier is it's a more gritty type of soul, so that's why it was issued on another label than either Tremolo or Motown.
Yeah.
Like, like I said, I was avoiding it much, but I have to cave in at a certain point. Stevie Wonder did also a lot of great work on Motown, of course.
Of course.
Like I said, we don't get into it much, but there was this one track which was recorded in 66, 67 and stayed in the can. Again.
Just as the Tammy Terrell
version, yeah.
All I Do.
And then Aretha Franklin covered it.
It's a nice segue from Gladys Knight and the Pips to Aretha Franklin.
And then turn it into a hit. So I'll play the Stevie version first, and then get to the Aretha Franklin for this little bit of diversion, a little bit of sound.
Yeah. Let's go. Sarita.
Yeah.
This was a nice segue from Stevie to Aretha Franklin, written by Stevie,
To this.
to Sarita, back to Motown. I do want to ask you, the Aretha Franklin joint was released on Atlantic,
Yeah. 75.
75.
Yeah.
But did she release on Motown? No, right?
Oh, no. And the strangest part of it is like she almost did all her work on Atlantic Records,
Yeah.
like the Southern Sound.
Yeah.
But she lived in Detroit the last decades.
Wow. That yeah. That's
And
interesting.
but
I
you
would
know,
have guessed that that Motown would have reeled her in, you know.
no, but
when
they didn't. She was really connected to that to
Atlantic group.
Arif Mardin and Jerry Wexler, the staff producer from Atlantic.
From Atlantic. All right. But we have I think Stevie Wonder's first wife.
Yeah,
or second.
yeah. Also
Sarita.
written by Ashton Simpson with one of the brothers from Holland.
Yeah.
And this is the first single of Rita Wright, as her name was back then. She did a lot of songs actually around this time, which all got canned except for later on on a CD.
Okay.
So, but I thought it would be nice to let you hear this because actually I love this song.
That's nice.
It's sung beautifully. Time permitting.
Where are we going?
We still have some time, Joe.
Yeah,
we
we
do
got
the
some
thing.
time.
Okay, let's. There they are again. Took ages.
Marvelettes.
The Marvelettes. You know, they did a lot of songs. Had a lot of hits in between, like Playboy and the Hunter Gets Captured by the Game and Don't Mess with Bill and.
But they didn't compare to Mr. Postman. How did that go?
No, actually, some of it now. Then in terms of sales, they didn't compare to that. But actually, they are quite nice. But I just had to keep things to the side to keep the narrative going.
Yeah, I got that.
But you know, this is 1968. We're now, and this is a whole new Marvelettes with a more funky sound.
Get it.
Here I am, baby, the one who swore to never yield. Here I am, baby, the one who swore to play the field. Said I wouldn't let no man tie me down, not a single one now. Wasn't gonna ever give my heart to a mother's son now. Many a day I proudly stated the man for me ain't been created. But here I am, baby, the one who was so love defiant. Ooh, here I am,
was about to say things were starting to get a little funky, but then I saw that it's from '63.
No, that's this is the classic 6 degrees of separation thing we're getting into here now.
My bad.
Originally, this is from 1963, written by Doja Holland
Yeah.
for Marvin Gaye. Can I
Oh.
get a witness? Barbara Randolph was an actress, and she was also a part of doo-wop group The Platters. Them from Only You, if you didn't. Only You. But
Hitting the notes.
Oh yeah, but were the original members, or were you saw? have
You saw them live?
Because I saw them live too in Mallorca, but they were all new people. Yeah, now there might be that there were
No,
original members in it. But this is written by Doja Holland. It's a cover of Marvin Gaye,
Yeah.
done by Barbara Randolph
Mm-hmm.
in 1968. And it says this Doja Holland, but at the moment of when this was being released,
Yeah.
Doja Holland were defected from Motown.
From
Like I said,
Motown,
they're
yeah.
already gone. Which brings us to the next track. This is where Diana Ross and the Supremes relied heavily on Doja Holland, but the last singles were all like tracks that were stayed in the can. and
Because
being-
Doja Holland left Motown.
yeah, because they had recordings left, but didn't issue yet. So they and nothing from what they released got like climbed high on the charts.
Mm-hmm.
So he started a new writing group
Who?
called
Very good.
Berry Gordy,
Yep.
called The Clan,
Mm-hmm.
with among them Deke Richards and a couple of other people. And by this moment, Diana Ross and Supremes were like the darlings of sweet America,
Yeah.
and
The Sweethearts.
the sweethearts, while in fact they were like really like not so nice behind the scenes though. But they created a song called Love Child, which discusses the thing of a child born out of wedlock,
Mm-hmm.
which at first was like denied because the Supremes were the sweethearts of America.
Yeah.
But in the end, this is a new era. This is 1968. This is at the time when the Detroit riots were happening, or were already happened. This is the same year
Whole
as
lot of
Martin Luther King got shot.
Whole lot of turmoil
Yeah,
during
so
that time.
they took the chance by creating this song and recorded it, and this really revived Diana Ross and the Supremes. In fact, it's called Diana Ross and the Supremes now because that they said did the same with Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, because at first that was the Miracles and then it became Smokey Robinson and the Miracles.
Yeah.
And it became here Diana Ross and the Supremes.
Partly due to Gordy's interest
Yeah,
in
yeah,
Diana
and,
Ross.
it also was the first steps of Diana Ross separating from the Supremes.
Of course, yeah.
You think that I don't feel love, but what I feel for you is real love. In those eyes I see reflected, I hurt, scorned, rejected, love child, never meant to be. Love child, born in poverty. Love child, never meant to be. Love child, take a look at me. Started my life in an old, cold, run-down tenement slum. My father left, he never even married Mom. I shared the guilt my mama knew, so afraid that others knew I had no name. This love we're contemplating is worth the pain of waiting. We'll only end up hating the child we may be creating. Love child, never meant to be. Love child, scorned by society. Love child, always second best. Love child, different from the rest.
They were the personal favorite.
Sonny boy, now let me tell you how much good you've done me, boy. 'Cause when I'm feeling low, you give me plenty joy. Into each life some rain must fall, but with you here, there's no rain at all. Sonny boy, looks good in everything from silk to corduroy. To see him, I'd walk from Idaho to Illinois. Do anything to be with him. My sunshine when the world is dim is Sonny boy. Sonny boy, my pride and joy. Sonny
She has such a. There's also her voice kind of used in a new direction, in through the idea that she was the main singer, right?
Yeah.
Because before with the Supremes, it was kind of in harmony,
Yeah, yeah. She more takes more the lead.
the
now,
prominent
like, yeah.
role. Yeah,
But like I said, it's one of my personal favorites. He's my Sonny Boy.
it's a nice.
It's from the
cut.
same album. So
We got 10 more cuts to go.
yeah, we got some maybe 10, maybe 9. Depends on how we got through it.
We're doing
Okay,
alright.
this here is Bobby Taylor. For the people who then don't see it, you see here the cover
Uh-huh.
of Bobby Taylor and the Vancouvers, which
Right.
is a mixed band, as you can see.
Ethnically diverse.
Yeah.
band. Yeah.
It's a bit of the same era as the Sly and the Family Stone is. So one of the musicians in this band is Tommy Chong from Cheech and Chong later.
Cheech and
yeah.
Chong.
Yeah, I guess it's the second from the right on the photo. For what I know, Mary Wilson and what I read, Mary Wilson and Florence Ballard from the Supremes discovered them playing somewhere in a venue
Okay.
and tipped Gordy to it.
The Vancouvers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gladys Knight saw him and did the same at Barry. And at a certain point, Barry just listened to that.
Mm-hmm.
This Bobby Taylor and the Vancouvers, the Bobby Taylor, he discovered the Jackson 5. And Gladys Knight also tipped the Jackson 5 to Gordy, but Bobby Taylor said to Gordy, listen, I saw these cats, these young kids, the
Yeah.
Jackson 5, the
Yeah.
Jackson, you should sign them. But Diana Ross, to make it full circle from the Supremes, they put her name as Diana Ross presents the Jackson 5 later.
Yeah, right.
But Bobby Taylor was the one.
Was the first one who.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they did a few good things. They also covered. That's pretty much a Motown practice. You'll see it later on as well. Like doing many versions of the same song with many bands, which
Yeah.
means publishing.
Of course.
Because all the publishing was going to Joe Betty Music, and Joe Betty were the names of Joy, Hazel Joy, Barry, and Terry, 3 kids from Barry Gordy. He set up a publishing company, so, and like Norman Whitfield did it with Heard It Through the Grapevine, and they did so much stuff, like maybe 5-6 times with different artists.
I mean, yeah, we need not to forget that Barry Gordy is an entrepreneur and a businessman, and he saw money in publishing.
Yeah.
Financial advisors. I'm not sure how he got to that point, but he did it.
Oh, there's another story. That's I forgot to tell this. It goes the other way around.
Okay.
It's like years before. It's like we're talking 1963 here.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Epstein was the manager of the Beatles, and he sent out a note to Barry Gordy. He wanted to incorporate 3 tracks from the Joe Betty publishing company. Among them, Please Mr. Postman. He really got a hold of me, I guess. I don't know. But for the second album of the Beatles. And he offered like 1.5 cent per a pressing or anything. And while the normal going rate was 2.
Okay.
So he was discussing it with the company, and he said, "No, man, FC wouldn't do like when the songs are great, he would incorporate them on the album, no problem. So you should keep those 2 cents, keep it up at 2 cents.
At
And
2 cents,
he
yeah.
held out until 5 minutes before deadline, and then he sent out to Brian H. Okay, 1.5 cents is good. And
Oh.
about an hour later, the records were already there, meaning that the pressing was already done. So when he said 2 cents a copy, that it would mean he got the money because the records were already pressed.
Yeah.
But Brian Epstein was playing a gambling game, and Gordy lost for 3 Motown singles.
Okay.
And that's, but
How does that relate to the publishing? Could you explain that a bit?
yeah, when you send out a million copies, like you have pre-orders of 1 million copies, that means you already have 1 million sold.
Yeah.
So that's he was losing $50,000, I guess, with it or anything. It's like they got $150,000 instead of $200,000, and back in the days that was really
A
big
lot
money.
of
Yeah.
money. It still is, but yeah.
But back to Bobby Taylor and the Vancouvers.
You were
because,
saying, yeah.
this is normally how it goes.
Melinda's the girl who came to my world and made my interest in all other girls stop. Melinda's a dream, beauty to the extreme. Melinda is the cream of the crop. So many guys in love with my Melinda. You ought to see the presents of the sender, trying to make her surrender. Surrender them some of that tender love she's given me. Oh, but she tells him no, she'll never go. She's where she'd rather be, in the arms of a man who fits in her plans. She lets them know that man is me. So many guys have tried for my Melinda, but they can't get from the Casanovas to the real big spenders. But all they do is offend Melinda and send her calling out to me in a lover's plea, love me tenderly.
You know what it is with this Motown thing is there's so many hardly known music in that collection of music they made only in the 60s already. It's like I knew this track though because you had this compilation albums back in the 60s called Tamla Motown is Hot Hot Hot.
Okay.
It was called, and on part 4 from 1968 this was also issued with 4 Once in My Life, and Love Child was on it. So I
Okay.
knew it from
Yeah.
those things, those records you could buy at gas stations back in the days.
Okay. Gas stations.
Yeah, when they sold records. Moving on a bit, here is you can see the label of an artist which I couldn't even find a photo of, Abdullah.
All right, Abdullah.
And this is 1968. Abdullah was a quite militant black man who supposedly threatened the white A&R Ralph Seltzer from Motown
From Motown.
in 1967 with a letter opener at the time of the Detroit riots, calling him a blue-eyed devil, and like sticking the letter opener to his neck, and other personnel took him out and took him from him.
Right.
He was about to kill the white A&R guy, and I don't even know the reason behind it, but Barry Gordy was he was still issued this track on him, but like I said, this is the only he went into into black activism later on.
Abdullah.
Yeah, but I couldn't find a photograph of him, but
I'm very curious.
yeah,
to
me
hear
too,
this.
because when I heard it first, I was like, fuck, what a great funky breakbeat in the beginning because
Okay, let's hear
you're
it.
really gonna love this. You're gonna love this too. It's ready for the breakers. Yeah, it's a really a great song, like
It's an interesting song, to say the least. You know,
because with wailing also on top of it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like it has so many different kind of inspirations that it brings together under like the soul-esque aesthetic.
Yeah.
But then the wailing, then I don't know. It's an interesting cut.
Abdullah, remember that name?
Yeah.
And not because he read and threatened somebody with a letter opener, but just because of this great single.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do two things. Shall we go on to something equally as funky, or do we play hard? I Heard It Through the Grapevine by Marvin Gaye.
Equally as funky to
Actually,
me. But let's take a poll.
For instance, before we get there, this is also I don't want to play this song though, but this is
Maybe not.
we get there. We get there.
Okay.
This is also the moment Norman Whitfield took over the Temptations.
Right.
So this particular psychedelic influences.
By the end of the 60s, right?
This is like 68.
68.
68, yeah. And he took over the Temptations by this time with his new type of sound. I'll get to a cut later because I didn't want to play Cloud 9, but another one because I like that one better.
All right.
But I thought you should know that
So
Cloud 9 by the Temptations was being issued in the end of 68.
Right.
So here's I Heard It Through the Grapevine, also produced by Norman Whitfield. The story I already told behind it. It's he cut it first on Marvin Gaye before he cut it on Gladys Knight.
Yeah.
It got like 3 times. It got like put aside by the quality control meeting, and then it was issued as just an album cut on the album In the Groove. I Heard It Through the Grapevine already by Gladys Knight was already being a great hit.
Poppin'.
So DJs were flipping the record over, playing I Heard It Through the Grapevine by Marvin Gaye so much that everybody was asking for it. So in the end, Gordy issued it finally as a single. Should I play it or yeah? No, what? No poll. No, is there a poll inside?
Yeah,
Is
no,
there
no,
a
yeah,
poll?
I'm gonna hold a
yeah.
poll.
Do we have a poll? Yeah, okay.
I heard it through the grapevine. Hands.
Okay,
yeah, I
that's
heard it through
pretty
the
much
grapevine.
everybody here. But the thousands at home, I don't know what they do.
Yeah, call me.
I bet you wondering how I knew of your plans to make me blue with some other guy.
Star. Yeah.
It's interesting. We're now discussing Edwin Starr, and before a couple of moments earlier, I mentioned David Ruffin. David Ruffin.
David Ruffin.
Yeah. These past hours have been so informing to me, because I know Edwin Starr and David Ruffin, for example, from their 70s stuff and their 80s stuff, but mostly their 70s stuff. But it's interesting to see where they come from, and that, you know, they're formative, and surely they made music before. But it's interesting to follow that, and I didn't know this. So
You know, you should know that he wasn't signed to Motown directly. He was on Rictic Records.
Okay.
And when Barry Gordy bought out Rictic Records, a few of those artists signed to that label came along with him. But they saw potential in Edwin Starr, and you know that you heard this tune. He also did. There's another story, but it's connected to the James Brown one actually. He also, of course, did War. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, it's like the MCU. It's like everything's connected.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
every
yeah.
movie. But
We're now, for the uninitiated, we're
Yeah.
now discussing what we discussed
but
last month during
but
the Come Into Knowledge with James Brown.
you should know that, you know, in '73, I didn't bring the album with me, but in '73, Edwin Starr cut Hell Up in Harlem, the album,
Yeah.
which is a soundtrack for the movie Hell Up in Harlem.
Which James Brown did not do, right?
Now,
That's the
James
one.
Brown had the payback in the can,
Uh-huh.
and when they went to the executives from the movie, they told Fred Wesley actually that the music ain't funky enough.
Yeah.
So James Brown took back the payback and issued it on himself, and Edwin Starr was drafted in.
Easing In is on that cut,
He's
right?
in on that album, yeah. For the Hell Up in Harlem album.
I can now make if we're jumping lectures, I can jump ahead 2 or 3 months. Easing In, the bass line is reinterpreted by Stuart Zender, the bass player of Jamiroquai.
Oh shit!
For Just Another Story. But yeah, we'll get to that in 3 months.
Yeah, that's in 3 months, because we were already discussing Your Precious Love.
Yeah.
By Marvin and Tammy, which is done by D'Angelo and Badu.
Which we're gonna discuss next month.
Yeah. Also, and you know, and if we're talking D'Angelo, Girl You Need a Change of Mind by Eddie Kendricks is also covered by D'Angelo.
Yeah.
And that's from the '72 album People Hold On. And People Hold On from that same album is done by Erica on People Hold On, from their fourth of New America album. So it's so connected. We can go on and on. And talking about connection, here we have a cut by Junior Walker and the All Stars, a nice soul cut, and we're gonna play it along with the Elton Ellis reggae cover of it.
Okay.
For that little bit of diversion towards the end of the section. We got still a few sides to go.
That's
and
all
then
right.
I may play a couple of Motown things with no explanation anymore.
That's all right. Let's keep going and close off with a short Motown tribute.
No, but we still have a
Well,
few
we
sides.
still- yeah,
we still have 4
have
or 5
some.
sides to go.
That's all right. Let's go.
Thank
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the first space flight to land a man on the moon. We're looking for Captain Zapp, the leader of this lunar mission, but he's nowhere to be found. There he is, over there crawling inside a garbage can. Captain, what are you doing? Sir, in just a few moments, you'll be heading thousands of miles into space. Aren't you excited?
Oh, I wish it would rain.
I see your wife is here. Mrs. Zapp, how do you feel about this? Your spacecraft is the largest one ever used. Can you describe it for us?
7 rooms, that's all it is. 7 rooms of gloom.
The big moment is almost here. Before you go, do you have any last requests?
Somebody save me, break me, when it's over.
And now let's tune in on our television from inside the spaceship and pick up the astronauts' last words on Earth.
This is the short version. There's a longer version of this as well on the flip side.
Horribly mixed. But this was Motown capitalizing on the spacecraft going to the moon.
To the moon, yeah, in '96 and yeah, yeah, and you know, it's by incorporating Motown hits, the part of it which gives answer to the question, and what's on the label is produced by David and William in their spare time. But this is a long version. There's the other version is like 1 minute longer, but it's even more ridiculous.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
moving on is now we still got 3-4 tracks to go.
We're reaching the end of the '60s now, right?
Yeah, we're reaching there. We don't. I already told you before. We don't get past 90. We get past now. We 1 January 1970. Then it's done for this. The 70s. We got to pick up later because this was already an exhausting undertaking.
For you, yeah.
I was doing this. I was doing this slideshow already. I made this morning till 5:30.
Ah, okay. That's why you sent it this morning to
Yeah.
me. No, I understand.
and the problem only was when it wasn't even good when the ones I sent it. You had to.
It didn't matter because I don't have PowerPoint, so I couldn't open it.
Yeah.
Well,
next time
now,
we're gonna
now
do
we're
it.
here, but it tells you how rich the story of Motown is, and these are the years that the most defining years of Motown, and I think you mostly did an amazing job of finding nuggets and finding B-sides and finding a nice thread to tie it all together,
Now this is I have to say it's like for me it was also a very nice study again because I knew a lot, but when you get to when you wait to those CDs, like those are CDs like 5, 6 an edition.
Yeah,
it's like so much music, and I didn't even know half of it yet because it was stuff like and about a quarter of it is like no good.
Yeah.
Diving into it and try and find out how the connections were is a pretty rewarding thing, I have to say. Which brings me to this guy, Terry Johnson, from the Flamingos. He did the track you're gonna hear now was retracted. It was about to be released on single in '69, but until it wasn't. They did singles on him in 1970, but like I said, we don't get there. Terry Johnson is, if you're able to see the picture, the one right under, and on the right you see him a couple of years later. I couldn't even find like a label of this track, but you guys need to hear it. This is a great soul track.
She's the only
Fuzzy Johnson. That's his
Nice.
artist name.
I like the orchestral, the strings.
Yeah, and also
on that cut.
the harmonies.
The harmonies, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, this is a great soul tune. Up till this day, I never heard of it. But
Yeah.
okay, we're at this crossroads now between, like I said, and this is tail end of '69. We head into for the '70s. There's two more bands to be played.
Right.
The one are the Temptations, like I just mentioned with the Cloud 9 cover.
Mm-hmm.
This is where Motown headed, like more into the future, more psychedelic, and Berry Gordy wasn't that hands-on by this moment anymore. He was investing in film and investing in Diana Ross' career. It is, because the Supreme split up by '97.
Yeah.
And the last acts to be coming from the assembly line was the Jackson 5.
Yeah.
He was hands-on in
Yeah.
that, but for the rest, he was taking his hands off many artists. So
I would like to after these bands and these two roads that you mentioned, I would like to reflect a little bit on what we discussed the past 4 hours and trying to kind of find a nutshell.
that's cool. That's cool. We get. I play the Temptations.
Yeah,
track.
let's
It's
play
like
the
it's a
Temptations.
personal favorite of mine. What? A poll? Yeah.
No, fuck
You
the
can
poll.
you can choose between either Psychedelic Shack or Psychedelic Shack. So what's it gonna be? Okay, cool.
Let's go.
Temptations.
Temptations.
No, before we get there,
Oh.
we'll see. I don't play this, but this is like I said, the Motown practice. You have three singles or 3 album singles on Rare Earth label. In Bed by Rare Earth. Matrix has a track called In Bed, and Wes Henderson from Bobby Taylor and the Vancouvers, the bass player, also has a track called In Bed. And it's released within a year from each other, I guess. But
So
like
even though Gordy was not as involved here, his philosophy is
still
ingrained
Yeah,
in
still
Motown and
implied, yeah.
all the branches that Motown ventured in.
yeah,
In Bad.
of course, yeah. It's a great tune, by the way, but that's for us in 1970 and beyond
All right.
edition. Psychedelic Shack by the Temptations. This is where it's headed. It's more the psychedelic side of Motown.
This is the prospect of where Motown was going in the 70s.
That's where Stevie Wonder was making Where I'm Coming From. This is where Marvin Gaye got into his own with What's Going On and Let's Get It On. Norman Whitfield was taking the Temptations to great height with this album and All Directions, which Halper's Papa Was a Rolling Stone, and the album Masterpiece, and later on, and the music really changed on Motown.
How so? How did that come about? Because it's not, from what I understand, it's not because there was a breath of fresh air blowing through Motown, in a sense that there were no new producers and composers and writers, right? They were still doing the same thing, right?
No, the marketing department wanted to keep it like the old thing is working, whereas the artists that flocked in, like Willie Hutch, for instance,
Of course.
and they did more their own thing. They did production for Marvin Gaye or anything, but release albums on themselves. Later on, you had the Commodores coming up, and Rick James was popping up later in the '70s, but there was a time when Motown was a little bit like the assembly line of Motown was by the time was gone, and
Right.
they released a lot of albums, but not so much that it hit big. But in terms of diversity, actually, it's a great era, because there's a lot of great music on Motown being made in the '70s, but it's like it doesn't harbor anymore that particular Motown sound that you knew
From the 60s.
Yeah, from you only had to have the break and it's Motown.
And it's Motown.
Yeah, but that was gone by that time, and
Yeah,
especially when Motown went west, really west, like in '73 when they ceased operations in Detroit, they went to California.
Yeah.
And Marvin Gaye reluctantly went that way. Smokey also reluctantly went that way, always saying, "Listen, I don't want to live near that in earthquake areas, and
Right.
and the San Andreas line. That's I don't want to go there, but eventually they went.
Yeah.
They all
okay.
went.
Yeah, they caved.
Yeah, and and there's also a very beautiful story about that. Is when they ceased operation in Detroit, they didn't tell the people working in the offices and in the studio, which was called the Snake Pit. The where the band was playing and recording tracks was called the Snake Pit. So at a certain point, musicians were coming to the studio like it was a daily. It was
In
a
Hits-
job,
in
daily
Hitsville.
operation. They went there, and all of a sudden Motown was gone.
Was gone. They left.
Yeah, they left, and that left them out of jobs as well.
Yeah.
It's a very very hard story to
Sad
listen
also.
to. And
Hitsville kind of became like a ghost town.
yeah, and Barry Gordy was
A
nowhere
a
to be
ghost
found
part.
because he was making movies with Diana Ross. Lady Sings the Blues in '72,
Yeah.
and by '73 he just came back again once, and he didn't. He wasn't really involved that much anymore.
Right.
It's like from
Which
that
also allowed for Motown to evolve, you know.
yeah,
and
but you can read in stories about that the sense of family was gone by the end of the '60s. So when they really moved operations, it was really done by the time. And like I said, there's a lot of great Motown albums in the '70s, but the only thing is they're not instantly recognizable anymore.
Yeah, I feel like what you just mentioned with Rick James, Willie Hutch, and the '70s Motown albums. I mean, even what's going on. Motown allowed the artist more artistic freedom in the broadest sense of the term.
Also reluctantly, because Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On," Barry Gordy hated on it.
Yeah, you told me. Yeah.
He hated on it, but just he was like busy with his movie thing, so he's like, okay, go ahead. And then it turned out to be the best album probably ever made out of Motown. And and then he ran with it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
pretty.
but that's what I mean.
yeah.
Like that set the tone for the rest of
Yeah,
the
but
70s.
then Barry Gordy ran with it in ways like, I saw it coming, while he actually hated on
Ah,
it.
Yeah,
And there's also Marvin Gaye was about to do a follow-up on What's Going On called "You're the Man," and
Yeah.
it was a pretty harsh criticism of Nixon.
Yeah.
And it's rumor has it that Motown called radio stations to not play that record so it would tank. And in
What's
turn,
Going On or You're the
no,
Man?
You're the Man.
But You're the Man never got released.
Yeah,
around
it got
that
released.
time.
The single got released.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So he when the single got released, it went to radio stations. But rumor has it, they
We're downplaying their own cut.
because it's a harsh criticism
It's a
criticism of
political-
Nixon,
it's
and they
politically,
didn't
yeah.
want Marvin to go that way. So when that happened and the single tanked, Marvin lost interest in chasing that narrative and went completely other way with "Let's Get It On," and that's a year later even. So before we
but
wrap this, you want to ask me?
for consistency purposes, You're the Man was released 2 years ago, right? Or
Yeah,
3 years ago now.
Yeah, but that's I have a love-hate album with a relationship with that album because there's no way that an album called "You're the Man" would harbor 19 tracks. Back in the days, it was only 9 or anything. So historically.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's and half of the stuff on there is somewhere else to be found, because if you get Let's Get It On the deluxe edition CD, half of the shit on that album is already on there, and then tracks are like released on collections or anything. So there's
okay. The original project,
the
original follow-up on
Yeah.
to What's Going On, called You're the Man, which was released a couple of years ago, is not. It's not the same idea.
No, it's
anymore.
like
a
it's
a
like
new
a
way to
compilation
repackage it.
of everything released in that era. So the
Yeah,
the narrative is gone, and so I can understand for historical purposes that you compile all the things. But now it's like being presented as an album, with 19 or 18 tracks, and
That didn't fly.
that didn't fly back in the days either.
Okay.
So
I really like that Fonzie Mizell cut on there, but that's
the world is
maybe
rated
a story
X,
for
or
another.
where are we going? I mean,
Yeah.
it's on the Let's Get It On deluxe edition as well.
Okay, there you go. Returning to the Temptations.
Yeah.
They
And
were
then we
in-
turn it to
in
the Jackson 5. Like I said, the one is looking for the future, the other one is looking at the past.
Let's go. This is the future.
man. You'd be surprised what you might find. Yeah.
Road lights flashing from sun up to sundown. People gather there from all parts of town.
Oh yeah, right around the corner. You know it's just across the track. People I'm talking about, the psychedelic shack. Now get that shack, that's where it's at. Get on like that shack, that's where it's at. Psychedelic shack, that's where it's at. Oh yeah, you can have your fortune told. You can learn the meaning of soul.
There ain't no such a thing as time.
Incense in the air.
East side's painted everywhere. I guarantee you this place will blow your mind. They got music so high, you can't get over it.
So low you can't get under the
Right around the corner. Oh yeah, just across the track.
I'm talking about the psychedelic shack. Yes, sir.
Shack, that's where it's at. Psychedelic shack, that's where it's at. Psychedelic shack, that's where it's at. Millionaires, kings and queens go there to do their thing. You might see anybody there, yeah. Baskin Robbins, tails and knees.
Ooh, it don't really matter what you wear.
Oh, you can take off your shoes, sit on the floor, join in and be what you wanna be. Don't you know that it's right around the corner? Oh yeah, that's across the tracks. People I'm talking about, the psychedelic shack. Now get that shack, that's where it's at. Psychedelic shack, that's where it's at. Psychedelic shack, that's where it's at. Oh yeah.
Just let me tell you now. When I had you to myself, I didn't want you around. Those pretty faces always make you stand out in a crowd. But someone picked you from the bunch. One glance was all it took. Now it's much too late for me to take a second look. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was glad to let you go, baby. Now since I see you in his arms, I do now. Ooh, baby, yeah. Trying to live without your love is one of those sleepless nights. Let me show you, girl, that I know wrong from right. Every street you walk on, alley just ain't on the ground. Following the girl, I didn't even wanna run. Let me tell you now, oh baby, all I need is one more chance. Show you that I love you. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was glad to let you go, baby. But now since I see you in his arms, Forget what happened, baby. Let me live again.
tracks, the one looking ahead and the latter that we just heard, reflecting on what Motown did, the Jackson 5.
Yeah.
I didn't know this was the first. No, I did know this was the first single. Amazing. I really like this. I want to make a remark on the other cut that we just heard by the Temptations, because that is the sound of the coming decade, right?
Yeah.
And there were various from what I noticed, there are a couple of things that stood out. One, obviously, is the introduction of electronic instruments, such as the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
That was unheard of in the past 75 songs that we heard, right?
In that way, like the fuzz guitar, yeah.
The fuzz,
yeah,
I mean, an electric guitar was not present in previous songs that we heard, I think, but I could be wrong. So yeah, the fuzzy, I mean, the electronic era, or the electric era. Secondly, I think also in terms of content or lyrics, there was a direct address, Psychedelic Shack, and a direct address towards the audience that did not, in a way, such as "I Want You Back" is also a direct address, but listening to the lyrics, you know that Michael Jackson is singing this to a loved one or whatever. Psychedelic Shack, on the other hand, sounds a little bit more reflecting on what was going on at the time, civil unrest, and a direct address towards the audience. I think that's also a big difference from all the countless of love songs that we heard prior.
Yeah, that's, the Psychedelic Shack is pretty much where the Temptations were like headed, and they know what was like. Norman Whitfield, who produced that track, had the finger on the pulse at that time, like of what was going on, and try to advance the Temptations in lots of ways, because this is like still like the single part, but the more you get into the 70s, the longer the tracks also get.
Of course,
it's like to the point that it's like just that they are like sort of pawns in their song.
Yeah,
and you didn't. That was unheard for Motown in the 60s. It also had everything had to be between 2.5-3 minutes tops.
As we heard, otherwise we couldn't have went through 75 tracks, right?
No.
But this brings me to the final point, or the final characteristic that I heard in the Temptations cut, and that's the introduction or the blend with funk, the heavy. I feel like there was a lot of influence from Sly and the Family Stone in this
sure
as well.
Yeah.
And as we discussed also in the previous Come Into Knowledge with James Brown, this was also a very crucial time for James as well, where the funk was getting contagious in a way, and reaching artists such as, or producers or writers or composers such as Norman Whitfield and therefore the Temptations as well.
Yeah,
which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, if you, I think it was for the better also that artists got to like develop their own thing instead of. When it like kept close to what was happening before, like the way they had to make music, and while it made producing great music, it was really a good thing that they like you said, Psychedelic Shack being influenced by Sly and the Family Stone, and like Marvin was doing his thing, and Stevie was like defecting in ways to head back, and then that's what as a company, it's I think it's the best way to survive, to go like new routes and new ways, especially when the one thing is done by the time, because we shouldn't forget, like the Beatles were doing sort of like complete albums like Sgt. Pepper and the White Album and that kind of stuff, and the Stones were in there, and Pink Floyd was around, and the black music was primarily seen as a singles-driven market. So artists like Stevie and Marvin, they wanted to create bodies of work,
concept albums
to head them over, usher them into a new era.
And you see this also, just to situate this in a broader context, you see this also with artists like Donald Byrd, and the jazz musicians at that time were also reinventing themselves.
Yeah.
Donald Byrd with Ethiopian Nights,
Miles Davis. with
Miles
Bitches Brew.
Davis, the Electric Years,
Yeah.
the Bitches Brew, and the countless other jazz funk pioneers, right?
Yeah, you know.
So it was a very transitional time for music in general.
Yeah, you know, and I think it's only for the better that black artists were like that they had a chance to develop instead of kept to that. It's kept to that same thing, because it's the same thing as with the Chitlin circuit. You know, the Chitlin circuit from the 50s and 60s was the venues where only black artists played.
Were allowed to play.
Allowed to play, because you know, so the concert halls and venues that was only for a select few of people.
Yeah.
And they really had to like elevate from there to being like taken serious as artists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then at the same time, the empire that Berry Gordy created over the years, so late 50s till the point where we ended with the Temptations and with the Jackson 5, also leaves, you know, if you create a brand, or if you create a company and which grows as an empire, then there are a lot of conservatives, you know, people who want to cling on to that sound as well. So it's very difficult for such a big empire to kind of venture into new, even though, you know, aesthetically and creatively is better to allow people to venture into new sounds. There's also still a demand from the audience and the listener and the consumer to have that conservative kind of sound that you created, which resulted in, I think, the Jackson 5, right?
Yeah, you know, but that's true to a certain extent, because the Jackson 5 were really like also very likable because they were kids. But you know, the black venues, like or even black audience, you can see in Summer of Soul, they were also very interested in the fifth dimension or anything. You know, even you know, they thought they were white though, but you know, they gravitated towards the black audience as well. And you know, some of them are conservative, states conservative in their ways of thinking, but other people were like really trying to expand, and it was mostly that the company, especially the white A&R people, the white sales department from Motown, which was like 75% white, who were saying about the Jackson 5, see, the old way still works.
Exactly, but this is what I mean with conservative.
Yeah, and but it wasn't so much the audience; it was the sales department who thought like that. While the audience wanted to, they were really open for new things.
Okay, good point.
Because you know, it was the same. Like I said, with the discussed Bitches Brew. I read this interview by Herbie Hancock, who was like taking his 1DC band.
Who is that?
Herbie Hancock. Like,
continue.
You don't know Herbie Hancock? I shall tell you next time.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah,
continue.
Who was taking his 1DC band
on
the road, and they went to college and universities to play, and kids, like young adults, really felt that stuff. Like, and you know, if you know the 1DC type of things, that's like
super experimental.
Far out as a motherfucker. So in that ways, it's like you know, I think that Berry Gordy and his sales department were like underestimating the audience in ways. Because what's going on like grew enormously
and shaped kind of the audience in a way as well.
So, you know, because we shouldn't forget that what's going on. If we talked about Sly, but his masterpiece, There's a Riot Going On, is in the same year as what's going on. And you know, the black people were ready. The black audience was ready for that new.
The civil unrest kind of reflects also the need for innovative music, you know, as well.
Yeah. There you go.
Wow. Let's end it on that note. I think you're going to play a little bit more of Motown cuts. But before we do, I don't know if there are still people tuned in Mixcloud. We really want to thank you guys for
this long ride, staying with
us and enjoying, hopefully, what we did. Stepping into tomorrow. Yeah. Come into knowledge. The next one, we kind of already teased it a little bit. It's going to be next month, and it's going to be on the discography of Erica Badu.
And that's going to be on the 26th of February.
No, of March. No, February. My bad.
Know that. Put it in your agendas, and don't forget to be there. And I suspect we can allow a little bit more people inside than we
That
can
would be
now.
very nice. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Stay tuned. Still a little bit more Motown. And thanks. Hey, what's happening?
Mother, mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, 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 there's far too many of you dying. You know we've got to find a way to bring some loving here today. Yeah. Father, Father, we don't need to escalate. You see, war is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. You know we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, picket lines and picket signs. Don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Right on. Hey man, what's your name? Right on. Right on. Everybody thinks we're wrong. Oh, but who are they to judge us? Simply cause our hair is long. Oh, you know we've got to find a way. Bring some understanding here today. Oh, oh, oh. Picket line and picket signs. Don't punish me with brutality. Come on, talk to me so you can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on. Ooh. Right on, right on. Right on. Right on.
Are you feeling down and lonely? Feeling like you can't go on? Just remember love will find a way. Tell me, are you going through changes? Time seems like it's passing by. Just believe that love will find a way. I see the tears you cry. I see the pain that's in your eyes. So many times you were so lonely, and no one seemed to care. But if your hopes for your tomorrows are drowning in your sorrows, know your heart will show you the way. Are you trying to find a beginning or something just to hold on to? Always know that love will find a way. Is it hard, this life you're living? Does the world seem so unkind? Don't you worry, love will find a way. Some say we've lost our way. Some say the world has gone astray. But if you know where you're going, there's nothing you can't do. 'Cause problems will come and they will leave you. The world will try to deceive you, but the truth will always be in your soul.
of rain and sunshine made the flower grow into a lovely smile that's blooming. And it's so clear to me that here's my dream come true. There's no way that I'll be losing. And golden lady, I'd like to go there. Golden lady, I'd like to go there. Take me right away. Sunshine made the flower grow into a lovely smile that's blooming. And it's so clear to me that you're my dream come true. There's no way that I'll be losing. And golden lady, I'd like to go there.
Hello out there.